Infinite number of xylitol. They're gonna be able to sense this triage tag. I guess it's supposed to go back to Romulus and so somebody will notice it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think it'd be possible, but I mean, what is it? What could you sense from just a fingertip other than like heart rate and stuff like that? To such a degree where people could like just jump between triage people in like an emergency. I don't know. It's like I could believe it, but it's probably a little higher tech than what we got going on. In this particular kind of detail. Laminated paper things. Yeah, I mean, old school triage, I mean, it's probably just something you put on the bed of patients or something. Or like on like their ankle or something, I imagine. Oh, practice. Okay, I was wondering. So would the idea be you just do it like just on the spot, or are you supposed to bring them back to like a particular location and then do the triage? I'd imagine if you don't want to waste time, you just do it on the spot. Gotcha. I like how our guy just didn't do shit. Oh yeah. I mean, it's a pretty intense thing. I mean, you can't blame him at all, really. I get it as like a professional and stuff, but definitely a lot of weight. Makes him interesting. I like how they contrasted that with the Ray Ray story and her sister and stuff with the mom. Overthinking it. Smooth. The villain returns. She was just the villain of the story, man. Need to throw her out to sea, bro. But clearly there's some kind of cure. Isn't Tokyo right here? Right now? He seems, I mean, a little off, but there's definitely something. Even if it's just some kind of weird gene therapy thing. Or did she get help before it got too bad? Or... No, she got help because, I mean, she fell asleep after. So the only reason they think Alice has a lethal virus is because his sister died? Also, why didn't he mention this wasn't technically a lethal virus? When they were explaining it. And I hope he has a damn good reason. We got Dumbo McGee over here fucking cutting off their escape routes because she's an absolute fucking brainlet. Maybe this is just something that was too tough and he didn't expect her to be this stupid. It's the ozone. It's like perfect for Yukari. I'm to save him and just blast it with a sweet, sweet dose of ozone death, man. I'm thinking of that fucking Donald Duck picture. Or the monkey, like it fucking just gases him and kills him. Jesus, dude. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah. God, man, Yukari should just have like a crippling feeling of inadequacy for the rest of her life after all this. I think she got tricked into killing him by Romulus because they lied. That's not possible. Again, she says it's impossible. And now she's almost damned them for no fucking point. Yeah, except she just made another mistake. Let's hope they ignore her abandon this ship fucking message because they know better. Yeah, that was my thing. Is I feel like they're, as far as triage goes, that's cute, but you gotta think about how important everything is down here compared to up on the surface. That if some world leader was next to some Joe Blow, like they're probably gonna save a world leader. They're probably gonna save the Alice stuff over doing nothing. I'm sorry for making you all worry. You fucking apologize for damning them. She had the fucking right. Yeah, really. I mean, he did it on accident. This chick was purposely going to kill them. Equally guilty. Yeah, dude. What's Tori guilty of right now? Well, you know, or whatever. What is he guilty of right now? Like, shut the fuck up. Why would they fake it? Goose is getting pissed. But they're almost getting away, man. Time to kill. A tombstone. Uh-oh. I guess the whole island exploded is exploding here. Wish I could start falling all over him. And I think of another way to escape. But what if they can't get there in time? Doesn't hurt to be thinking of another way while you're waiting. Just completely turn it off would be stupid right now. We have to command the Kraken to throw the ship up into the air back on the land. Instantly giving you the bends on roids, I guess. I'll explode by the time you surface. The crab people, yeah. We must come to an understanding. We must create trust between the races. Go out and have a dialogue with the Kraken. My guy's focused. Why? My guy focuses for 2 seconds and this guy comes over here and starts fucking shaking him around. Like Christ. Nobody can notice. Nobody can just let somebody think. Thanks, Tori. Another fucking useful moment of here, man. We should just sing. We already sung, dude. Multiple plan. Man, coming up with real plans. Oh, we didn't get to hear it. Oh my god, one of these. Oh, I'm dead serious. We gonna ride to crack it. Are they gonna use the Kraken to break off the back? Let's hope he's got good aim, man. Or they have explosives. Another thing she doesn't mention. I mean, we already do this. Which is how they were gonna just research cues without, I guess, people seeing. Well, yeah. Gotta get ballsy. Bowls. Just leave, man. Just ozone, bro. Ozone out. How did she not fully realize she was in a grown-ass woman's body? She was like never like walk around. You're just that much of a freak. Yeah, she was probably a little confused, but you'd think that she'd be confused like a lot immediately. Not just roll with it, but I guess because she's a quirk lord, man. Her father just essentially tricked her. Why she didn't notice her body or didn't care about her body being different? I don't remember. I mean, she mentioned the sheep thing. She was supposed to go to the sheep and then she fell asleep for 7 years, then she went to the other sheep thing. We go out there with the Kraken. Yeah, our guy's known for being precise. Oh, really? It's like, hey, you're just a grown-ass woman now. And she's like, alright. Daddy would never lie. She must have had quite the upbringing, man. Jesus. For someone who cares so much about, or knows so much facts, to just have no doubts about shit. Seem to people. Kind of flimsy. Yeah, they probably just wanted to make it work at any cost. It's a robo hands type thing. There's probably even less going on. You can just justify this because she's just quirky. It's kind of like a write everything off because she's a wacky character kind of thing. And I mean, I guess there's something there, so whatever. Flimsy for sure. Right, I get that, but it's just like, I mean, you wake up from going to like a 10 to 17 or whatever this is. I mean, that's gonna feel pretty different. Gonna look pretty different. She's probably not even gonna know how to use her fucking body hardly, but whatever. That part, maybe they're stimulating her muscles or something. my god, they're just close enough to yoink this ozone. How the fuck? So there's one giant one with a bunch of small ones? How the fuck? What is the size of this location, man? I mean, there's a fucking kraken down here. The island, the kraken. This submarine was only supposed to go within the location they imprisoned the things in. Like, is it just supposed to be like this really tight cylinder? I mean, is it gonna escape in the few minutes they move this one ozone hose? Ghost stories. He's already seen the kraken, man. Yeah. Get out there and help, brother, man. How did he just forget to put on his transceiver? He's a fucking idiot, man. Big tube, small tubes. So these little tubes create kind of this like upside down cage that they can go explore around in. And those tubes, those small ones better be super long. Cause Jesus, dude. How the fuck would you have a submarine rolling around in there? I guess if the submarine was only meant to go up and down. But even then, it's such a risk. I mean, yeah, you hit the side and it's over. Need 20 of these tubes. His sister. Pretty fucked they didn't tell him, man. Yeah, if they already have an Alice person, then that makes them even less useful down here. Broken hose. Oh, also, how is there ozone coming out if the fucking island's just exploded? I thought all this ozone was being created through the windmills plus some extra stuff they slapped in. Yeah, I guess they're kind of working. I would shut every fucking door possible too, man, before this shit. To like stop as much water from getting in if there was a break. And retain some buoyancy. You'd assume in a giant submarine they would have a bunch of like hallway doors too, not just on the bridge, but like just everywhere to stop any leaks from getting to be too much. Like every fucking few feet there'd be a door. Like a little bulkhead or whatever. Okay, man, I'd be more scared to be the one person going back up, man. You get the bends, baby. I get that they don't want to cover the bends, and that's. I understand not wanting to, like, you know. We'll just let that one go. We'll give him that one. Makes it a little less fun to float back up to the surface. Right? Right. Well, so did the escape pod people. I just figured it was the Kraken or something. I mean, it's possible that the author thought of the bends, but then wouldn't the person going up right now get destroyed? I guess we'll see. They're not gonna get a chance. Well, that, and if anybody needs him down here, it's best if he was here. Hey man, are we gonna hit we're gonna hit Hikari with some drugs, man? Maybe she's got something she wants to say about all this. I guess she's just chilling, dude. I thought we were gonna give her some stimulants, man. Like, hey bitch, wake up. They're all gonna just guilt back and forth. Where do we find the originator? I mean, it wasn't all for her, it was partially for her. Kino. The Kino song. I should just send up Hikari unconscious just for fun. Well, they are gonna send her out. But, I mean, they need somebody who can actually walk around and go talk. That was kind of part of the point, right? Just in case they have an extra, you know, hey, go save these people. He doesn't even know what's going on, man. That's why I was joking when I said it. Well, how did Tokyo what? Was it just surgery? I guess a very new surgery or something. And she only woke up 3 days ago. She can just do. I was like, we got Rary over here being a fucking drug addict. But I mean, I guess she doesn't even have Alice. Just testing the 6 days up medicine. Yeah, I could use some of those. So they're gonna drug this chick up. She's gonna wake up like, where the fuck am? What year is it? She's gonna be underwater with the Kraken thrashing about, rising 700 meters to the surface in a fucking like giant suit she can barely move in. Nice, dude. Just a little bit of psychological torture before like good morning, bitch. Like if you're trying to be like cruel, that would be what you'd do. They think it's funny imagining them thinking they're all fucking nice and cool. Oh, I'd love if I didn't have to sleep. I mean, it's comfy to be sleeping and stuff, but I mean, that's just because your body says it is, man. I'd rather have the time. Be like in that Bond movie, dude. You get the face mask. It doesn't require you to sleep or whatever. Where the fuck am I? You're gonna be up for 6 days straight, and we're about to send you out into the open ocean. Also, the Kraken's out there. Also, the world's exploding above you. To the sea with you, just kicks her out the door. It is though, isn't it? Took you on gene therapy. Wow, Ramos is so awesome, dude. Yukari, you're in the right. I was talking about Q's. Maybe she'll get infected by Q's on the way, man. It's the first time they met, man. Awesome. Yukari's like, damn, I love Ramos, bro. Big fan. I'd die for the company. Just shoved. I just imagine them just shoving her in there, just fucking, just smashing her. Doesn't even matter how she gets this shit. Just stuff her in there. Just fucking boot her out the fucking door. Yeah. Good morning, Vietnam. It's just fucking. She's just spinning and she's flying up to the surface. Aye. Yeah, no muscles at all. Is she even gonna be able to move in this thing? Like, she's just gonna be floating on the surface and then what? Is she gonna be able to get out? Hope your stamina lasts. They tell the chick with probably the least stamina. I think sweet. Yeah, I think yesterday was the worst of it, but I've just been kind of tired and sorted it. More effect. Hoping just tomorrow or the day after it'll be good. The last 2 days I just didn't do anything. I've just been like dead. Just sitting here, or I just go to bed for a while. Yeah, I've got Alice. Eternal sleep. I'm a reanimated Kusian. Bud will kill you. Depends on when we finish this. Enough rippers around. Just kicked her ass out. I thought we'd learn something about her. I mean, we'll learn something in the act, but... The natural carrier. I wonder if they're gonna discover all this stuff, like what the cosmic knowledge is, the carrier. I mean, wasn't maybe trying to get like the cosmic knowledge out of something? I assume she just like extracted it or some shit. But like, what, if she just got it on her, saving it for later? I mean, Romulus is gonna like check everything on them and then probably take it all. What is she gonna do? Like shove it up her ass? Jesus. I got survivor's guilt now. Yeah, I think they've gotten over enough of these kind of hurdles. Did we even survive? Shut the fuck up. Anybody says anything more, it's like you just wrap them up, throw them in a closet. Hey, thank you, airbags. Thank you again for subbing. Yeah, you too. You have a good one. I'll just be resting, doing a little streamy. turn philosophical. They're always spouting platitudes and philosophy. Even know what the hell you talking about. He's definitely a nice breath of fresh air with all of these people who get caught up in themselves a bit too much. Right. I was down with what Rary was saying. I don't care about what Toa does and Tori, and I don't care what fucking Toyika says gonna be her ethics again. Dawn. Yeah, I'm kind of in between on it. Like when Rary's popping off a bit, you're like, okay, you know, maybe not the best time, but all right. And then it's like, oh, now somebody else has to chime in, and she's just gonna spout off about her worldview for a while, and it's like, is this like the time? It feels a little forced, yeah, in this scene. I'd agree. This is the one where it kind of draws attention to itself a bit. Like, I'm sure what each person says is interesting. Like I said, Ravi's was, but weird time for the survivor guilt thing, yeah. I mean, I don't mind preaching. It just depends on what it is and who and when. Ricky and his old jobs or whatever coming in. I'd like to apologize, but I'll write it anyways. I mean, he's probably one of those dudes too. Who knows? Maybe not. I was like, maybe it was one of those dudes who, like, you just make a quick little apology and it just kind of blows it all off of it. Doesn't really care. But yeah, who knows? Maybe he doesn't even notice him contradicting himself. Yeah, maybe. He's like, well, I still want to use it. Yeah. He quietly did it again. Like, I mean, I agree with her and stuff. Like I said, it's not like any of some particulars wrong. I just kind of, it does kind of just sort of start coming out of nowhere. Like, I don't even remember what they're doing all at this point. They're gonna activate the explosive. I don't know. I feel like you don't want the ozone to get too much on the rest of the ship. And aren't the pipes still shooting at the fucking bridge? You think you'd blow it almost immediately, but like, what if it just spread? Now they're better. Yeehaw. He's a wild card, yeah. Yeah, but that's not a whole lot. That's only 4.6 billion years. Yeah, really, they should get going, man. I feel like it's gonna have bullying at least because it's high school kids. And then it looks like a decade or so post-war. What is Garokasu again? Is that episode 9 or is that the alternate Higurashi 8? I don't think I read the alternate 8. Don't remember. Oh, it was another V anime. Is he working on it right now? It's garbage. Oh, great. I kind of want to read it. Is it him just spouting bullshit? For 8 hours straight. The theater room. Did they close all the doors? You think they'd want to have access to the controls? No new music? Let's go. I guess this is more the artiest place. Maybe that's why we don't know where this place is, because it doesn't make sense for them to come here, but it's gonna have an artsy, like, we're looking at the stars as we're rising up kind of thing. Just some bullshit in the cat penis in the credits. What the? A death game, dude. Hell, man. This sounds awesome, man. Rikishi death game. Is it VN? I could have the Ryukishi conversation. Forma de shit. Death game's not relevant. All time for all these people to die horribly or escape. I like that she'd still even jokingly have Romulus' back after they've talked in depth about Romulus making these girls prisoner. And I mean, it's like maybe they don't get much of a choice, but does she even know how they're treated? Let's hope Rumi didn't get eaten by the Kraken, man. Your grin is disgusting. Kill yourself. Just kidding. You needed to say in Minecraft. That would have been a better localization. Nice, a modern one. Go activate the detonator yourself in Minecraft. Is there anything weird with pull? They didn't pull. I feel like they've been bait and pull here. Like a sister and shit. But it might just be trying to be artsy. Or he thinks about his sister all the time. Stretching my shoulder too much, that hurt. Oy. Good song. I think the soundtrack's added a lot to that kind of comfy Infinity era kind of sci-fi mystery VM. Where it's not like overly bombastic or thriller or anything. It's just kind of like I don't know how, I don't have the right words for the kind of music, but a lot of like kind of chill stuff or melodic kind of type of shit. More tranquil despite what's going on. It's like a particular atmosphere. This part of it's the underwater shit. I don't even remember the Never Seven soundtrack. I guess I'm not saying I guess the soundtracks of those, they just remind me of it kind of in a way. I mean, I guess stuff like Great Mother maybe. I don't remember Ever 17's music. That was kind of a weird comparison. But those kind of give me a similar feel, where it's not always like super thriller mode, even if it is sometimes there's kind of like a almost a surrealness to some of it, and with that kind of surrealness sometimes, you know, less bombastic music kind of comes in to kind of give it a different kind of feel, right? Like it's not like exploding onto the scene, you know, like Hans Zimmer or some shit, and then Blickwinkle, you know, like it's usually kind of like some kind of like, you know, feel to it, and like the more surreal or bizarro elements they're popping in. Like there's dramatic and like tense music here, but I do like when they kind of use other stuff. Are they all gonna have to pay for their crimes? How is she gonna be able to do research on her cosmic shit or even get away with the information? Like how he said he's going to pay for his crimes. I mean, we looked up manslaughter charges. He's probably going to be in jail for the rest of his life. Can't wait. The grace of God. Wow, Dei Gratia. It's better be ready to jump out of this thing once they reach the top, man. Who knows if it's fucking popping a leak. Zinzin Damida, 6 feet drops. Yeah, that's a different kind of feeling with the tunes. Tons of neck notes. ZTS was God's gift, yeah, for sure. We all got the bends and died. Yay! Mamma mia. I don't know if you'd get the bends in this situation, like when you're in a sub. Maybe. I don't know how much, like how big of a thing with how much pressure and resistance and stuff, or if it's mostly diving suit. Weeb rhythm game music. This is workout charts on Twitter. I mean, based, I guess, man. He's going in. Oh, Ryukishi working on Silent Hill. Dude, if they were upside down, wouldn't they like be falling pretty much? They're active though. The mermaid. Symbolism. Kino. Yeah, losing the sight. I was gonna say of the grace of God not being there. God was with him now. It's a cool bit here. Get the goosey bumps. CG Ocean. Oh, holy fuck. People are born. Director of Ramos. Divorces same year due to busy schedule. Awesome. Rari's father works for Ramos. Oh my god. Birdfield. Multiple clues. Not gonna be able to read this in time, dude. Bleeding from the right hand. Visible marks on it. What, she got bit? Wait, what? Dude, why do they put this in this? me scroll through it for fucklegs.
遠い遠い昔に偉い人が
What
偉そうに
There was details there I would have liked to have known, but it's way too quick.
君は君のままでいいとじゃあ僕は誰なのねえ僕の色がわかるでしょうかねえ誰の目にも同じでしょうかねえ灰色の中で出会った君の目には
Go
海
Marone.
が見える
What's up? This isn't DMCA. So far, the only DMCA I've gotten on YouTube is from Michael Jackson for this VN. For a 10-second bit of ambience that had nothing to do with Michael Jackson. The Russians don't get to witness part 3 because of that. Here's the info. Okay. Let me read that real quick here. Once we get to the next stopping point. That was good music. That was good, but I like that. Let me read this. Cause fucking hell, dude, that was way too quick for me. Alright. I could put this on screen. I assume there's nothing wild in here. Oh, great. Alright. Regina. This guy is born. Sister's born. Yukari's born. And where's Shinichiro? Saihoji Nozomu. Is that the... That's the... Toha... Artori and Rei's parents, or what? Because they're Nomura. Yeah. KDkill, Toha's born. The twins and Toki was dad. Jesus, dude. Guy was fucking out working, man. Does that mean he was also Alice's dad, or are they just sisters, like, in essence? Because they're both prisoners or something. Oh, Shinichiro is the twins' dad, Nozomu as Toki was. Oh. Oh, these are the dads. I thought this was like all the moms. Okay. Gotcha. Harry's father, Nomura Shinichiro, becomes the director of Romulus, divorces. World's best dad. Zomu, our father. No, she was 15 at the time. So what is she, 22 or something now? Maybe she'd buy it a little easier then. I mean, that's still quite a bit of growth, but yeah, it wasn't that much. She had a weird growth, I guess. She was asleep for 7 years. Susan Haruki, Kadagiri, Hitose, your schedule died the next day, fine. Like Hoji Rumi, clapped at a beach. Okay. And this is how they got infected? Because they saved her. Alright, that's good to know. She had visible marks on it. So it seems like she got bit by something in the Wawa. Okay. Alice. Communication between sheep and service was temporarily restored. Around 22 the same day. Mm-hmm. It's like getting a little cold. It's sickness. I'm kind of cold sweated. House of Four Seasons. Okay. Okay, so her father comes to visit. She says she'll be a research subject for Alice. And he allows her access to Ramos. This guy sounds like evil, bro. Jesus. Yes. My daughter are allowed to be a research subject. In exchange for X and Y. Just kidding, we love Romulus around here. Yeehaw, buckaroo. On that Romulus grind set, yeah. That Yukari knows and loves. Love that Romulus tech. What happened to Sheep 2? In order to monitor coos on a regular basis to prevent other submersibles from intervening in Karma Bay plant waters, the plan for Sheep 2 residential research facility camouflage recreation facilities is developed fully self-driving private cars. 30% margin. Their whole plan to like make sure nobody ever goes into the bay while they're blasting death gas through the whole thing is just ridiculous. They either own it or they don't, man. Like, there's no way they'd be able to pull any of this off. Needing some camouflage consumer submarine is ridiculous, man. Make no sense. It would make sense if nobody, like, if people got to go down here all the time, but usually nobody goes deep enough to like look into anything. So they just kind of knew because they're gonna go down there and try to steal something. But they're shooting death gas everywhere, man. Nobody's going down there anyways except them. It's like I have no idea. What is this? You already recovered from Alice? Huh? She recovers from Alice 3 years before our guy goes out? Seriously? So they do just tell her, like her brother's dead or something, and she just stays in like a facility? What in the sweet fuck? I don't get it, man. What happened here, dude? There's a whole story on this one, brother. That was after, man. Fucking hell, wouldn't Riri already know this? Or is it like super hidden? I guess maybe she barely knew. I like how they knew it was him and they were just totally cool with it. Like, clearly this guy would know who's working on Sheep 3 and he knows that she's alive. This guy is just pure evil, man. This is like raw evil. Yes, they're both from the same family. I'm sure him working here has nothing to do with his sister who's recovered now. How did she recover? Did she undergo gene therapy? This is such an odd one to put in. There's a lot going on there. They talk about when he recovers from Alice. Nozomu makes plans to reunite Tokyo and Rumi. Ask Nomura Riri for help. Though he does care about his daughters, I guess, but he doesn't care about clearly anything else going on. I guess Rari's father was the purest of the evil. What, is Nozuma just stupid? Did he just not realize this? Also, she recovered from Alice. What, does she just have to stay a prisoner? Is that why? I mean... Okay, she's temporarily awakened with medicine. When was the last time she was awake, though? How often did they wake her up? Has she just been sleeping for a long ass time? She's been sleeping non-stop. Surely they wake her up occasionally. Otherwise she's gonna wake up on the submarine like, what fucking year is it? Okay. Interesting. Definitely some questionable questions in that. But let's keep rocking. Still waiting to find out about that cosmic knowledge. Origins of Alice. So that's all gonna be just it's a side thing. Og, not Wog. Gotcha. I still have to find out about the White Room as well. Oh, okay. Og 2. Somebody's just blowing their bass out. Street over. I really appreciate it. Awesome. The wheelhouse. I guess. I would just hope this place doesn't spring a leak and you start fucking sinking again, man. I get to the wheelhouse and immediately get the fuck out. Get on top of that fucking sub, dude. The sun. The apocalypse. Let's hope that that other girl survives. She's in the Kraken's belly right now. Or she's just floating around. Guys, in the middle of the ocean or something. I can't move. I weigh 2 fucking pounds. Help me. Yeah, she'll be waiting for them. I'm going on ahead. I'll be with God. Wonder what happened to her. Oh well. It's just some dolphins just orcas are just using her as like a fucking volleyball. Love the clocks being off for barely any reason. It barely even mattered here, did it? And it then kind of just, yeah, I guess it's a little earlier than we thought. Alright, maybe. Yeah, that's my thing. I was like, okay. I mean, I know there's some of their internal clock stuff, but that was just to, like, put light on them. Like, the AI would just put light on them to, like, wake them up. Like, who cares if it's a 1 hour difference? Hell, it felt like it was just a quick bit of bait to make you think something crazy was gonna happen, and they're like, oh no, the clocks were off. Like, okay, like, is something gonna happen? Of course. Now, how are they gonna hide all the info and all that shit? How's Riri gonna hide her info without Ramos taking control? Yeah, survivors. Kill them. Put them in prison. They're either gonna be in prison and like experimented on in jail. Who knows? I guess that's his sister. He's like, hey, sorry about that shit. I guess I should have mentioned that. I was still alive before you did all this. Whoops. I forgot about you. Forgot I had a brother. Oh. Oh no. I just do the extras. Is there another route? Bros are gonna answer the rest of my questions, right? Is there some kind of craziness going on? Or this was total code? But I wish I'd go back and see what the fuck that was. Just the 2 extras. So what was the deal? Maybe I should have reread that. Where it was just him and Yukari watching this all through glasses. Is that ending not supposed to have been actually real? Was it just a cope route? The what if? Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. What did he see written in the pressure room, the escape room on the ceiling? Was that supposed to clue in some of that? What was that? Did they ever answer that? Is that all it was? Marine Snow? Wasn't that something his, like, sister talked about? Okay, that's why it was full of old stuff. And I see it's refresh. That makes sense. Jeez, they really yoinked that thing up from down below? Oh, no, wait. She makes her way back up. With the help of God or whatever. And the giant creature. I mean, what was Kus, like, helped her or something? The Kraken or some shit? That seemed to be the implication, was that something helped her up. Oof. So which of those routes was supposed to be real, or does it even matter? She yanked the ballast off after a while, but she said that it wouldn't have been enough because of some reason, and that she could have swore while she was like in and out of consciousness the big shape did something. Is it Umineko? Okay. KDkill, man. You're happy it didn't? Yeah, I mean, now that, I mean, they've explained that, now that you understand that, it's like, that's its own kind of unique twist, yeah. Which is pretty cool. Definitely makes it stand out. Where it's got actually kind of a... I mean, I thought about that a while ago, and I thought that'd be kind of cute. Where they just used like the VN route format as like a code thing, so that's actually pretty cool that it ended up being that. I kind of gave up on that theory after a bit because they just went so deep in all this other stuff, but so they don't know actually what happened. So all this cosmic stuff and the coup shit, like, isn't that stuff based on real things that happen? Or are you supposed to not believe like anything that happened at all? Like, I don't know how much of it's based on real events. Something happened with Goose. So, we're not going to find out what happened with the Oracle or anything. But what, he finally found a simulation where they did all make it? Or they could have all made it? And that was to help him kind of cope a bit. That's a cool way using the VN format, man. That was just her goal. Yeah. Right. They never go deeper than that, because that's not the point of the twist. That makes the character stuff stronger. I'm glad the character stuff worked for the most part. Especially by the end, because you grew to kind of like most of them. Maybe not as much on Yukari. And then you're like, shit, dude. They're all fucking dead. Yeah, that's what makes it good. Because I didn't even fully realize it there at the end. I was like, but wait a sec. I had to think about it. I almost want to reread the very end after this for shit. But let's see these extras. Yeah, I was gonna say, because the end there, they're like, oh, you know, our story won't become a legend or something, but that's okay, because, you know, we all survive. But it's like, no, they did end up in the way of the, almost like the Mary Celeste, right? That final white room scene. Where is that? I kind of want to reread that as well. Knowing what's going on, though. End of Route 2. I'll have to try to find it. Maybe I should do this extra in a minute. I guess I could just do the extra first. Cause yeah, I was like, they have to like explain what those white rooms are about. Cause I was expecting, yeah, almost like an Uchikoshi twist on that was some kind of beyond meta thing where it was like a Schrodinger where like they had him in this like sensory area, or he was in some symbolic cube or something where he was gonna like imagine them being back by creating the story or some goofy shit. And I was like, maybe it'll be something like that. It's like I played around with the idea that it was all like cope routes, but yeah, it was like they brought up so many different sci-fi mumbo jumbo that I was like, okay, well, maybe there's something more because they're bringing up too many concepts, right? I was like, the Oracle thing and all that, there's like too much. You know, there's probably something else to it. But that's cool. That was actually ballsy. I liked it. And that his sister just miraculously was alive? I mean, was she even actually alive? Was that time? Are we supposed to believe the timeline? I guess the timeline's real, right? Why would that be fake? Or is that also part of his simulation? Okay, so his sister's alive. Whether they met again, I don't know. They do meet at the end of his simulation. Although I feel like that kind of makes it more sad if you imagine like he probably didn't see his sister again. Because why would he cope that as part of the simulation? Unless he's not willing the simulation at all. It's just a possibility that popped up. Because if he was like manipulating the simulation, then he's probably not seeing his sister. Because why would he throw her in the end there? But you'd think he would have, though, otherwise. But I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is, the question. It's very questionable if the Romulus is actually total shitbags or not. Not even a simulation. They never said he went back in. Didn't he say he wanted to go back in? And like give me another chance or something? I don't know. I'd like to read that second white room again. I'm barely paying attention to this. I kinda wanna go right back into this. We'll come back to these. Which one was the closest to the white room? I thought I made a save kind of close. But I actually have no idea. Because I remember I had to go back to the end of that white room and reread it for his name. I don't remember where. You see this? You need access. I requested access. But no, I can't. Nope. White room. Okay. Room chapter C1. Where does this line up? The latest chapter from Route 2 I have. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Second route, title, 1/2. I think I have one that says 1/2. It doesn't say Oedipus Complex, but... Unless I'm reading the wrong thing here. Oh, okay, I gotcha. So this is probably as close as it gets. I kind of want to bust through this and see. Damn, man, I don't know. That's pretty... It's funny because I think we were even talking about, I was like, oh man, that'd be a really cool idea for VN. If they did that. And they kind of did. I was kind of like it. It definitely makes it way more emotionally impactful. And it recontextualizes all the platitude-y shit. And yeah, some of the good feel moments they have and shit down there. I mean, it doesn't save some of the like tonal shifts in the moment, but it definitely. I mean, this is one of those like one of those rare cases where an ending can like recontextualize a lot of shit, or make certain kinds of scenes have a lot more hit to it. It's very rare that could really happen. I mean, it does happen and stuff, but it's cool. Room scenes are in present tense while the rest is in past. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess I was just so ready to get to the next route. I mean, I read the White Room stuff. I was always curious, but it was always like a Nuchi-Koshi thing almost. I was just like, okay, yeah, you know, it'll be some kind of whatever. You know, I played with some ideas, but I was definitely expecting more kind of some big twist that would explain a lot of stuff. That's neat, man. I actually really like that. I mean, it's not like a happy ending, but I think, you know, good stuff isn't just made with happy endings necessarily, so. Give me the To the Moon vibes, bro. Kind of bittersweet endings, although this is probably more depressing than that. I mean, that was way more emotional, of course. Like, I mean, I was getting rocked by those games, but kind of a similar, like, you know, he's got like a happy situation here, but it's not really like, it's not real, right? Alright, let's save this here. We'll read the extras in a bit. Huh. Yeah, I think it helps make the oh wait, we're not done yet. It makes the character stuff stronger for sure. Not that the characters couldn't be tighter or better, but it's one of those things that really banks off how much you care about the character. So I'm glad the characters had. Most of them had sympathy. Characters like Ravery, who went through a lot of, you know, bad times, who put in a lot of effort. Um, they just end up dying with their sister for nothing, essentially. Um, I think because you do care about them a bit, they have all their like tragedies and stuff of the past and this and that, and it just doesn't matter. They're just dead, right? I think it's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but like it's effective for sure. Because they show you this, oh hey everybody, they show you a scenario where hey everybody made it, everybody survived. This is what they wanted to do. They had relatives down there, multiple relatives, right? I mean, Alice was there. Hikari was there just as much as uh, Tahika and shit. And her dad wanting them to be there, and Ray Ray's there with her sister. And it's interesting, man. And all the other people. Okay. So what was the thing with Pole's voice? Where every time Pole talked, he thought it was like his sister? Was it because it was based off her voice? Because she was alive for a while? Before he even started this? That'd be kind of fucked if she was like lending her voice. We'll have to see. We're not. we haven't gotten to that yet. I guess there's still the actors. We'll see what happens, but I kind of hope they stick to it, man. Paul been watching over this tragedy the whole time. Paul's always my sister. That moment you cried but asleep. Tell me that it don't make it back to the surface. See, he says he wants to go again, unless he doesn't get a chance. He says, of course, he wants to go back. Or was there another white room that I missed? Or maybe he doesn't go back because she talks about him accepting himself. Well, let me save here, because as soon as you fucking get to the last line of dialogue, it's over. Too late on the second day, an earlier point. No records before August 1st. Yeah, I like how they make it like a white room where it's very ambiguous. I also think this plays pretty well off of like sci-fi VN knowledge in a way. It kind of subverts it a bit because you do kind of assume there's probably something more going on, regardless of how many other options there are. Like, because I mean, they just pretty much tell it to you right here, and you're like, oh, you know, if you just took it at face value, that's like, oh yeah, it's all just different simulations and stuff, and which you might even buy, but just like assume because you've played some like Infinity or something. There's some goofy reason, right? I mean, there's like white rooms with bullshit and like Remember 11 and everything. So it's interesting. Like even if you play with the right ideas, like we did, it's like you know you're not fully sold on it. You get caught up in the new route and all that too, which is cool. There's no one but her inside a pure white room, pure white girl. So it makes it seem like he's choosing simulations, or maybe he just makes very specific choices. Like he saves someone here, he saves someone there, then the simulation fills out after that. I don't know exactly. Thing was, yo, Frizz, thank you, buddy. Wow, this gray is almost perfectly aligned with my OBS background. It looks like this huge Giga screen right now. Yeah, thank you, Frizz. Damn, that's the sex number, bro. Yeah. 59 months. Thank you. Man, maybe he was asleep. If she used to be the same, because why wouldn't they both be the same at the same time? You'd imagine he had Alice then. But wouldn't that be in this the simulations though? Because it should be in the data, right? That would also lend itself to there not being any possibility that the simulation shows them all surviving because the simulation knows the outcome, so that always has to kind of be there. So let's see here. Oof, man, I'm hungry, but we gotta rock this. And keep chatting about it, see the extras, and got a raid too. Really enjoying the body shaking bass coming from fucking like 100 feet away from that floor down. It's pretty awesome. Or a story down. Really adding to this. Okay, they kind of talk about this in the last route too. And at the very end, they even do it with causality and all that shit. I wonder if then the oracle thing that he made up had something to do with what she said here. I mean, it could very well be the last route was just his little dream or something. Because, I mean, the oracle thing was about finding, like, the future and all that goofy shit. Maybe he just kind of filled it in. Oh my god, I hate these people, dude. Fucking slamming this bass, and now I hear this fucking dude underneath me screaming and shit. Good god, dude. I've never had issues with people around me or neighbors till like this year, man. The cage that stretched across the sea. Yeah, rereading this is pretty good because when you're reading this the first time, you're just like, okay, whatever the fuck a lot of this is. Well, let me try. Some people just kind of accept this at face value, but they answer so many of these things in the third row, so that you don't trust a lot of what's going on here, or don't really know what they're talking about. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I like it, man. Yeah, who probably blames herself the most. She did say the same shit, so it's probably her having to relive a lot of trouble she went through when she had to get over it too. Yeah, and she was probably the person who blamed them the most of anybody. Okay, this is exactly what Tokyo was saying, right? It's like, because you tried for the best, that's all that really mattered. I mean, if you're a mass murderer, who thought the best thing to do in life was probably torture people, I don't know if this would still pan out, because you had to play with the sociological implications of actions, on other people. But I get what she's going for. People that aren't probably psychopaths. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he did go back in, huh? Seemed like he wanted to, though. But then he kind of probably didn't. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the last route could be like an Imineko, huh? Where it's kind of just a story, or could be as much a dream, or just something he wishes could happen, or essentially us just reading like it all worked out in the end, but we know how it really went, kind of thing. It's hard to say. Yeah, because he looks down and he talks about stories and the Dei Gratia, Mary Celeste, stuff like that. So it's like maybe he wrote a story about how they all lived. Kind of like how that one guy, there's that one guy who wrote a story about something weird that happened to them and he just kept it in his attic, right? What was that all about? I'm trying to remember. Maybe it's just something he wrote on his own. The Fosdyke Papers. Yeah, maybe it's like that. I'd like to believe it's more him, not just like them just giving us a route, because I think that's a bit more impactful. Now, either that's the case or not, I don't fucking know, but I'd like to think that it's kind of him making up something instead, or like cope. Because the end of the true route has a lot of the same stuff that she says in the second white room. Like, very similar, right? To the point where it's almost like, because that's how he came to terms with it, it's sort of like him maybe kind of writing the characters, possibly. It's one of those weird things where it's like him essentially speaking to himself, but like through writing characters. To help get over it or whatever. Let me find the other white room. Oh, we're just kind of discussing shit now. Yeah, I feel like it'd be a Fosdyke Papers thing. Like I said, what she says at the end of that white room is way too similar to how the true route ends. Or the true route, the last route. So it would make more sense to me. Or at least I think it'd be more impactful. They don't reveal it. If that was essentially like a story he wrote. Where everybody forgives him, everybody says it's okay. He made the right choices and he wasn't as caught up in the guilt and that kind of stuff. More importantly, that everyone at the end kind of talks about. I feel like everybody at the end very specifically talking about stories is like you said, it's almost out of nowhere at the very end. You're almost just like, what the fuck? Like now? Like at this time? It makes a lot more sense if he was the one writing it. To himself, essentially. Where is this? This is White Room 1. Oh no, wait. I need to find the end of Route 1. It's like godless. I mean, it's just the end of each route, right? I thought. I could be wrong. Okay, there were some middle ones. Blinding lights shown on the temporary night. They're here. Survivors screen that the past is shut off. 2 survivors are left behind, thus he survived. I look directly at her. She makes her declaration. Look directly at her. She makes her declaration. And this is in present tense now. Yeah. This time you were the only one who survived. Why did he only survive in this situation? I thought it was always that there's going to be 2 people who survived. I don't get it. Or did she actually survive even in his simulation? I don't remember what happened in the first round. There's 2 survivors confirmed. I can't be arsed to check. Okay. Because this one put me for a whirl. I was like, wait, what? I was like, is she not a survivor because she was never attacked? I was like, oh, is she like an illusion or like the robot or because she wasn't ever like, she's not really there? When they said that, I was just like, what the fuck does that mean? Right. Yeah, this one seems like it was tough considering like the idea behind the whole thing of the tenses too. Okay, that would make more sense though. Because that threw me for a whirl. I was like, what do you mean? Like, you're the only survivor, but then there's two here. And yeah, that would kind of go against the whole idea of the story a bit, but yeah. I think choice made with good intent always yields good results. Let's see here. This goes into the end of the main or the final round too. Good intentions, good results. It's more about owning it. You two really are siblings, aren't you? I hear her sad whisper. But does he ever get to see his sister? Okay, I imagine that's the end of that bit. Alright. Huh. Okay, well, let's read the extras. Interesting, man. We'll just reread this, but I don't remember anything this. Mealy foot. Scenario text itself. Is that in your translation thing? Oh, you mean I could cut to it where we edited it out? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. I have to find where those are though. I don't remember where they are. I guess you could look for like a present tense or some shit. But I mean, if there's quotes, then that would be in present still, so. Oh, okay, that's true. Alright. Yeah, I might do that here once we're done with the extras. Yeah, I don't know, man. Pretty good. I definitely think that, if you can call it a twist, I guess kind of a twist, but... Yeah. Especially if you're not accepting it the whole time. I don't know if the intent is for you to fully buy it and then the last route happens. Or if you're supposed to like fully realize it by the end. I feel like you're supposed to maybe realize it before the final route goes, I'm not sure. But there's so many unanswered mysteries because of like typical sci-fi VN. bullshit. You're like, oh, there might be some other shit going on. Who knows what they're gonna do? Almost like it better as like a. It's almost like you're playing along with them. Like, oh yeah, I don't know about these white room scenes. They seem a little odd. Maybe there's something else to it, right? Because they haven't explained a whole lot of stuff. Like, if you just take them at face value, then I mean, that's kind of the answer, right? So, but I feel like it's very easy to like assume that's not what's going on. And at the very end, they don't even really like even say anything about the white room scenes again after that. You just kind of have to assume that was it. Yeah, I mean that's what's kind of. That's why it's like I feel like almost genre knowledge works to. To make this one even stronger. Really, I'd prefer it that way, because I mean, if you just go in totally already like, oh yeah, this is just going to be a hunky-dory, we all made it route, then it's kind of like a 6 to 8 hour just sort of spinning your wheels until you get to the moments where they're all working together, having a good time kind of thing. I kind of prefer the idea where they would keep it more secret and keep you doubting it. Like maybe the second. Like I said, I like how it ended for me, but I feel like because I almost kind of wish that they, well, no, because it's a little less cool then. I think it's a fine line. It's like if you say too much in the last white room, you give enough away where it's like very clear about what's going on. But on the flip side, it's like if you put like a white room after everything's done, it doesn't really end on the happy ending fake story stinger. So be a tough one, because you want to make. I feel like you'd almost want to make sure the last, well, before the last one in this white room is like vague just enough. And I feel like they kind of tried doing that by making so many mysteries that went unanswered until the last route, so that you would doubt shit. And I feel like that's kind of where the genre knowledge sort of comes in. You just assume, yeah, there's like an Ichikoshi twist, which, yeah, like Ever 17, you know, they play off it a bit. It's like a subversion. But like I said, if you just kind of take it at face value and you analyze the scene a lot and you just kind of believe it, then you could go into that last route just like kind of like, okay, you know. It'd be a very different feel. I guess I kind of like the idea of a little bit of hope, assuming a little like there is like an out maybe, or there's some shenanigans, and then more of like a reveal at the end that like, oh no, that shit was just plain as day, that's exactly what it is, and this is kind of just his essential, you know, his Fodisk, whatever the fuck papers. It's the timing for me. So, I like that. I wasn't like 100% on it right off the bat, despite having really the joking theory for it pretty early. I'm glad that I wasn't really on board with it to like the very end. Even to the very fucking end, I was like, okay, and until it popped me to the main menu, I was like, oh shit, like yeah, that is it. I was like, what the? I don't know. That was cool. Poet. I'm hungry, fuck. Right. Fucking sweat. I think the Higurashi song hits pretty good. Very bittersweet song. I think it fits pretty well. I'm gonna eat something while we're doing this. Cranking through these, man. Clown song, that I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not saying the clown scenes were good in the moment, but I do think in the last route, depending on where you're at with the twist at that point, they're kind of fine. Now, I think they're a little too much generally in the moment, and those songs are way overboard, but I think you could have much happier, strong moments that don't go as overboard. Like I said, in that scene where they just pop in and they're just having fun, blah blah blah, I think it would have been stronger if they showed everybody coming back in the hallway. 1 second. I got like acid reflux. Where they come back in the hallway or whatever. Like, instead of them popping up in the room with him and Riri or whatever, it would have been better if like they showed that everybody was concerned and on their way down. But instead, it's like kind of overly comedic. I might go. I just like sat up and then like, my bowels just fuck. Yeah, I really liked that. That's why I would have preferred if instead of everybody just shuts up. I've had fucking diarrhea the last couple of days. It's not been good. Sadly. But not shat myself yet. Sickness. You shat yourself yesterday? What's the first part? Oh, the diarrhea, yeah. But, yeah, I think that scene, instead of them... I think what they were trying to do is have like a Wizard of Oz thing. Where everybody shows up and they're all looking after Dorothy and it's like, oh yeah, you know, we all love you, we're all here. But I think it would have been a bit better if they let the Riri moment kind of breathe. And then as soon as they get out, they see everybody kind of worriedly walking down the hall. That probably would have worked better. Just a little bit. Because I think that's where the whole strength of that route is. Is the like... where it's supposed to be like happy times and it's all good, that kind of shit. I think really hammering that stuff home is probably the best. But there's like a little bit I feel like they could have tuned that up. Also, though, it's like, I mean, do we even know this stuff? I mean, with Riri, we just assume everything that happened with her is how it was. I mean, because of the extras, you do assume that she does care about her sister. But it's like, how do we even know? He sees, like, elements of her probably in the simulation, caring and stuff, but, like... So you can believe it. It's not like a twist of character, but, like, I mean, we don't even know to the full extent if the scenes with her and everybody are even... how real that even is. Especially if you assume everything that we saw in that last thing was essentially his faux disc papers himself. They might have actually happened. Yeah, maybe. It depends on if it's a simulation or if it's just the papers, essentially. Yeah, I guess if he does remember. Maybe they did this, and it just didn't work out. He was the only one who's... They only two that survived, like, rocking in the fucking seats or something. Like, I don't know. But I need to go to the bathroom, so we will do the rest of this and keep talking about it, and we'll rate it and stuff when I'm going back. I'll be on my phone though, chatting still. I got some cereal here. Got my shoulders hurt. I'm gonna set it to auto as I eat. So brothers. I wish. I didn't even get a stream last 2 days, I was so dead. The heat's back on, I'm sorry to hear that. I've been sweating a lot, but a second. A lot of cold sweat today. I'll help you get some night mode. Yeah, I really like when the realizations hit for me. I think that was, for me, that was optimal. I think recontextualizing the entire last story all at once there is a good hit. I kind of hope that's how he intended it, but I don't know. I think it could go a lot of ways. Worked out for me though. I do not think this would be the kind of story I'd be getting emotional from. I like the characters, but I was like, oh, you know, it's okay. But definitely I've been, man. Emotional eating this fucking Raisin Bran, too. I hope none of these extras fuck it up. I don't see why they would, though. I think it's like a To the Moon for me, where it gets a lot more sad the more you think about it. And with shit hit at the end and then you thinking back through most of what he said, assuming, you know, he had input on this last, I think does a lot for him. I mean, even just as a simple cope story, if you don't read into the extra meaning behind everything, it'll just kind of have like a sadness to it. Alright, this like goes a little auto quicker, by all means though. Oof, man. Fucking hits with this guy too, man. I don't know, maybe she miraculous. Not doubtful. I assume it's supposed to be the two people who survived total, not just like in the ship at that moment. Because the whole reason he sent them, I mean, he was breaking all sorts of fucking rules and shit. He probably got the surgery done on her to wake her up, and then sent both of his daughters on the ship to hang out. The guilt and all that. Maybe. Inner moral law. Because even in that last conversation, in the final route, like even, it's like almost every character, right? Not every character, but like, you get red-haired chick bringing up like Survivor, guilt, and all that shit. Like Ray Ray like specifically addresses him in her fucking Raisin Bran. I'm not sure I should speak after I fucking fall. What's up? I think they even address him specifically about Survivor's Guild and all that. Definitely comes across as like a dialogue to himself through like of acceptance through like a story that he wrote about the characters. But no, I wonder if there's any other hints towards it other than the papers mentioning stories, the papers being mentioned. I feel like there's a lot of hints there. But that's kind of the idea of what it is. Unless they just consider all the simulations and stuff like stories. I don't know, I guess I'm looking to slot it into that answer because I just think that has the most impact. I think if that was just a random story where they all made it, like, that starts at 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they all survive. Just more that he wrote that last bit, right? You know, his story that he kind of hold away or whatever. Yeah, and that's why kind of doubting the White Room stuff for most of the game is kind of, I feel like, one of the go-to options. Like I said, I feel like the more genre savvy you are, you're gonna assume it's gonna be some shenanigans like that, which is why I like that it is kind of almost going for an Ever 17 feel. But I was like, oh, I'm waiting for route knowledge or something, right? Yeah. No, I think it's really good. Alright, food's done. Man, I'm sweating like a hog. It's not even hot right now. Guess I'm not as dead as yesterday, but man, there's a lot of effects still. I'm gonna go to the can, I'm just sweating. Tired still. In a day or two. I cleaned out. Alright, let's wrap up the rest of this. Whew. Although even though he felt bad about both of his daughters, they're still being like held prisoner, aren't they? With like kind of stunted growth and shit. I mean, is it implied that she had some weird shit going on with her to end up how she was? Like, she's like smart in like a not believable way almost, right? Her dad just happens to be a biological researcher, right? Like, it makes it feel like, she was fucked with or something. Maybe not. I don't know. The other dad, the Ray Ray's one, just seemed like an asshole from the timeline. That she hated him, the divorce, that he was busy is why, that he was cool with using her, assuming that's all true, as a means to test the virus. He knows his own daughter and shit. He's pretty sussy. Nozomu seems sussy, but he also kind of seems like he cares, unless putting them together was like an oracle thing. And they were supposed to like test them together or some shit. Or not together, but the Alice stuff with the Kuth shit, but Doesn't seem like the case. You think it would have been a more tested environment. Maybe Nozomu felt bad about all of it. Especially since they were both asleep for so long. She seemed to have a lot of love for her dad, too. Yeah, Shinichiro, though, sounds like the typical shitty science guy. I do like you have to kind of imply a little bit of that. They haven't seen each other in a long time, and don't forget, she's like sub 15 right now. Not really the most healthy way probably to grow up. I don't know if she was like always kind of bizarre or if her circumstances here led to some of her stunted social shit, but fed into her intellect more. I mean, Rary is like self-made for sure, but I don't know, there's a mix here. He just came all the way here to ask something of her. The only reason I feel like he feels any guilt is because he put them both on that submarine. But I don't know, man. If he hasn't seen her in a long time, the first thing he does when he gets here is asks her to do something. He seems kind of sussy too. Even if he's kind of got a heart, if you don't show it often, then or you let the bad side get you 90% of the time, then you're just an asshole. Yeah. Do you remember me? The Mermaid book. Is this why she thought she saw a mermaid? Just mermaids on the mind from the book and memories of the sister and shit. I'm sure this kind of fed into wanting to go to the sea and all that too. Maybe she did see a whale then. She equates all those things to like mermaids. Like her haze. No answer really there, but you could probably... I like that you could kind of pull those together if you wanted. I mean, I think that's the goal here, otherwise why would they write this? Yeah, there is. Especially because you got another whole extra. Is this when she gets bit? They're looking at the stars on the fucking beach or something? She inherited from me, her sister. Isn't this essentially the last thing she more or less remembers before being on the Sheep 3? Or did they wake her up a few times? Pretty much. Well, no wonder she's thinking about the mermaid stories. Assuming she said something about that in the actual simulation. Our guy would have known about it if he did write the last thing. Regardless. Yeah. Right. The finale, I suppose. I don't recognize the date on hers. I mean, 2033 is the year that they go down, but I don't know the month and shit. I don't know if it's after or before. I assume it's before. This is like leading up to the deal. Oh, this is take it again. Like contract Alice, man, you gotta sleep forever. Unless they wake you up. keys give me trouble right now because I was digging my tongue in between a bit too much. I'm stuck in there. I might do a quick floss session once we're done with this extra. Think about stuff and then do a rating on it. I'll probably end up sleeping. Going pretty late. Are we playing as Hitose? The last thing she remembered is the beach, right? Did she forget about the entire trip? This is supposed to be in 33, but didn't she wake up in 30? But she was out for 4 years. I don't know. We'll see. I thought it was gonna be her sister, but the sister is out for 7, unless she's just wacky. Okay. No, this was probably what I said. Okay, so she remembers that. This is the story. We'll suck a little extra Yukari then, man. And she fucking killed that guy. Well, I mean, we don't barely know him, but... He ozoned him. Happy with mime? Yeah. Oh, she did come and visit? I mean, she always knew, and in none of the simulations we saw, she ever admitted it. I think only, what's his face, ever said it was possible. God bless Yukari, man. Oh, was that the idea? Yeah, that was a little contrived. So when she came and visited Hitose, she thought it was Haruki? Because she did mention that a month after, but it was actually just her? And they just told the Hitose that she came to check on her? What is Ramos up to, bro? Are they protecting her, or was it just more shenanigans so they could just experiment on her or something? Keep her death a secret, or keep her being alive a secret. But why even bother them? Just say he died. Yeah, for Alice. And I mean, there's people involved who want to cure Alice for personal reasons. So. I mean, they don't want anybody trying to get Hitose out. But why even say that Haruki's even alive then? She came to visit me when I was asleep. She thought I was Haruki until the very end. Yeah, this is a little contrived for sure. Maybe she just believed that. Maybe they weren't trying to hide it at all. Maybe she just wanted to believe it, so she didn't think she killed him or some shit. I have no idea. I don't know if she was just losing it. I mean, she did say it was really hard for her to accept everything that happened in the past, but not this far back. Right, yeah, a little bit of contrivance. They probably could have smoothed this out, or just not even mentioned it again, but... And unless we're supposed to believe Ramos just cares that much about protecting her. And my stomach and shit. I guess some water. I'll make use of everything he had to save his daughter. Damn, guy's kind of an asshole. Partially explain some of Tohika's bullshit. Learn from the best. Damn, I might need to go to the bathroom again. Jesus. The sickness, dude. I wanted to finish this act first, though. What would you think? He'd be very happy. It would be a fucking miracle. Problem is the Alice shit, but isn't she cured? I mean, what's the deal? She's just like I'm guessing they tested on her first in case she ended up dying because nobody's looking for her, right? That's probably the idea. I just hope they confirmed that they tested the surgery on her before trying it on someone they cared about more. Why? I don't see why. Coding? You gonna notice our dude code at all? This is the AI. Oh, really? She could just leave? Why would she not want to see her brother, dude? Like, Jesus, man. Who wouldn't want to reunite with their brother after a few years with their family? There's no reason not to. Yeah, I'm like, I just don't. You think she'd be just fighting to do it? For how much she cared about him, how alone he probably is? She was essentially his mother almost, as much as his sister. Yeah, I mean, I get like them keeping her here if there's some risk, maybe not being able to talk. Barely, I get that, but you know, maybe they need to make sure she's fine. I get not wanting to maybe tell you, Kari, but nah, dude. You assume she'd want to get out of here, back to doing what she loves. She's supposed to be this like goofy, over-the-top person who's just like, who believes she can call people on her phone from underwater, all that kind of crap. Yeah, I would have preferred if Ramos was just kind of like low-key, kind of keeping her here, right? But this makes it seem like, yeah, she just was cool with it, which does not match how he talked about his sister at all. You feel our special there has installed the latest interactive AI in it, Project Oracle machine proposed by Turing. Really? It's always called Pull Project Oracle Lighthouse. Didn't this guy have a lot to do with this thing? And he didn't know that he had to have known that her brother was working on this thing. Imagine the gonads to know that he was working on this thing and then uses his sister's voice for the fucking, like, AI, man. I mean, maybe he didn't know he was going to be on the ship. Maybe he didn't know at all. It's probably a big project, but... we're just gonna have to assume he didn't know. Yeah, he just might not have known. It's just a big project where they don't talk a whole lot to everyone. Yeah, subcontractor or something. You'd think, considering how big of a deal she was, that he would flag on any kind of like resume thing, but whatever. Yeah, maybe since he was subcontractor, it didn't matter. Not a bad guy. Yeah, I'm sure. You worked on the sheep breed and everything. More fun if things were a bit dangerous. Don't worry, it's gonna be plenty dangerous. Surgery. Let Rumi sleep. Nice, bro. Yeah, and I'm really sure the other guy is an awesome dude. When this guy, this guy vouched for him. Yeah, but she just stayed here for 2 words because she thought this dude was cool. Yeah, because this daughter probably can contribute more to science. The hell, he's had a user. Jesus, dude. She had to like persuade him to fucking give her a stimulant. Persuade him to give her a stimulant to go on the ship. I mean, it's good he had a bit of a second thought, but he wasn't gonna cure her. He was just gonna give her a quick blast, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, clearly Yukari still works for Romulus too. She was in a fucking lab coat. And she's still a fucking drone to this clearly, like, morally questionable Science Corp, dude. Awesome. I doubt she's just wearing that lab coat because she's not with them. They, okay, yeah. The pier scene when they're all just standing there, like one by one. Yeah, okay, that's what this. I assume the parts at the very, very beginning were supposed to be for our guy before he gets there, right? I'm not misunderstanding that. But like dusk as he's like traveling. And then it cuts to them all being there at the opening ceremony. It's been a bit since we've been in that scene, so. Yeah, the very first scene. Or is that supposed to be him after everything, maybe? I don't know. I actually kind of feel like I need to reread it. It's been a while. I thought it was before, but we'll see, yeah. Ooh, sucks for her. Shit's fucked. I like how it's still smoking in the back there. Like, what the fuck? The super flare. Exploration vessel crashed. Okay, minor damage. This is why the ozone is still good. Does she know her brother was there? Okay, so they did get the Argo float out. They better hurry the fuck up, man. They're down there croaking. Oh, I was like, what the fuck are the chances, man? Christ was like bait. What the? Jesus. So she died too? Because it exploded right then? might have been dead even before that. Is the implication, like, I wonder how they were saved, the two of them. Like that whole thing exploded when they were gonna break apart the middle, the bridge, and let the other part go. Because, I mean, if the entire ozone thing was gonna explode or whatever, like they needed it to blow up the bridge, and like the ozone just stopped coming, or like the chain reacted and blew up in a weird way, like maybe that's why they couldn't leave. Because it seems like everything went down pretty much how the true end went, except the part where the risky escape happened, right? And you'd assume he wouldn't write it like that if that's probably not how it went. But maybe not, I don't know. I mean, I guess you don't really know the events. Yeah, that's one of the weird things, is I don't know why he didn't want to see Hito. 58 hours later. Who is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be one of the professors? Is it supposed to be... Okay, it is. That's why I figured it's probably Nozomu. Yeah, he... Because the message was by her. Okay, yeah, it does. Yeah, a lot of this, like, I don't even remember, because it's just... You're just reading shit you know no meaning of, right? Like, I won't remember the names or anything, so like... I only thought about rechecking this scene and... Like, at the very end here. Like... So why 100% is she dead? Is it just because they said only two of them survived? I assume that means that included her even though she wasn't with the wreckage. That she'd have to be dead. I assume they're not... She didn't get saved on a technicality of the black box, right? Because she's just like MIA or some shit. I don't think Yukari would have been saying it was only those two if it was, you know, if the other chick lived. Yeah. Regardless of who they found in there. Curious how they found them though. Like, did they just rise back up or did they send someone down? I'm guessing they sent someone down because that was in the first two simulations. Maybe you're just supposed to assume that's what happened. Right, yeah. I would prefer them be dead too. I think it's much stronger that it's just those two. There's just a certain level of certainty in the writing I'm curious about. Well, I mean, I guess at least you gotta see his sister again. Well, did he even? Surely after they survive, surely after he survived, no matter how much mental trauma he was in, his sister fucking finally visits him again. Jesus, I mean, who knows? She's such a goofy. I mean, she tried to save him. Just such goofy reason to not see him. We don't even know. Larger research vessel. He just didn't see her, I guess. They raised their hand. Well, I guess they were alive. Until probably the shock. Was that the first sheep they were just talking about? It kind of went by quick. Or is that what happened in the sheep tree? was really fast. Okay, that was sheep one. It's weird. That opening part's a little different than how it reads in the extra bit, where he actually saves the person and then pulls the hood off. In that one, it's like they will raise their hand up in the air and then the explosion happens. Well, I don't want to quit the game, but it's hard to get to the fucking title. I'll just open it back up. Ooh, well, interesting. Don't know what those last two extras. I mean, the last two extras added a bit of, definitely a bit more sadness to the one pair of the sisters dying for sure. Definitely added some oddities to Hitose. And definitely made the Remless or whatever a bit more evil. Despite him, changing his tune, right? It's too little, too late. Which I mean, I kind of like that part. But I mean, you kind of gathered that's probably how the company was, anyways. Especially with Ray Ray's dad and shit. Being okay with experimenting on it. But, yeah, man. Well, I think that's probably good. I feel like we don't, I feel like I don't need, I don't know if there's much more to analyze there. It was cool going back through some of the White Ruins. Maybe there's a bit more info on some of the other ones. I'm not sure. But, if there's anything you guys think I missed, I guess we could maybe slot it into the review. I feel like I might have to hit the can again here soon. Figure we could start chatting. Let me turn down the game a bit. So I'm gonna get this in windowed mode. We can keep it on the screen, I guess. Sort of. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna get out the old review deal here. Get up a picture for Dei Gratia. I might actually go to the bathroom real quick here first, if I can feel it. And I'd like to have a nice convo about this, even though we've talked about it a lot already. I don't think we need to see the bottom parts here. Honestly, I don't think it's going to end up. It's very low. But I'll see if I can at least get them a little visible here. Just for a little bit, I guess. Here, I'll just get it all visible. Yeah, 3. I'm not sure what it'll be right now. Pretty high. Anyways, I'll be right back. Give You guys want to rev up some convo? Rev up some thoughts on it? Be back to discuss it. 15 minutes. I have an old essay prepared about my thoughts. Good? Yeah, I like it. I think the ending actually, like, completely changes everything for me. Well, the twist, I guess. Depending on when you fully understand what's going on, I guess. Give me a sec here. Yeah, for me, I was talking about it. We were talking about it quite a bit. I think if you accept what happens with just straight up in the last white room, and you take it at face value, and you don't assume anything extra, that's one thing. But if you're assuming, because genre knowledge and shit, that there's shenanigans, that there's more meaning to it because it's such an ambiguous room, and what they're saying doesn't quite, you know, there's still a lot of mysteries they've built up that you don't quite know about, especially like anything related to Ray Ray and all that shit. Excuse me. Acid reflux. I just rushed back. I think it hits a certain way, but I think if you're like me and you assume there's something going on always until the very end, until you find out that it's just like cope and everybody's dead and it's him more or less, because you can interpret it a lot of ways, which I think is cool. Where if you interpret the last story as him kind of doing a Fury disc or whatever the fuck it was, papers, where he's kind of just like writing a story almost for his own self-therapy, like writing a story where everybody lived and it was all hunky-dory. That explains a lot of what goes on in the last route, where it's very like focused at him at the very end about survivor's guilt and accepting your choices, and how that parallels a lot of the stuff that happens in the last white room. When you think about it like that, and if you realize it at the very end like I did, because I was always doubting it, because I just expect like Uchikoshi twist the whole way through, I think it makes it pretty strong. I like that play off of VNs, playing off VN routes. I played with the idea earlier. Oh, awesome, Clissa. I'll read it here in a sec. I played with the idea earlier in the playthrough, where it was like, oh, it'd be cute if this was just like, you know, just some weird, like, using VN routes as like cope type of thing, or we kind of played with it a bit, but I didn't think too much of it. But them going all the way with it, especially can get past the, honestly, the clown scenes in the last route are like justified. It actually makes those totally fine. It's funny actually. I mean, the clown scenes I think are too much, and I think you could still have a lot of like more nuanced but happy moments because of like utilizing those. But they feel like they don't matter at all after when you find out what's actually happening. They're very localized to the first third of the story, and then the last route, because it's like, how I view it is probably him writing a story where everything happened perfectly. Either it's just an Umineko thing where it's just an alternate take, or it's really him writing it or imagining it. I think if it coming from his point of view, I feel like it's a bit more impactful to me. Whether it's just the Foidus papers or whatever the fuck it's called, essentially for him, or something else. The coitus paper. I think they bring up the papers. They bring up, you know, the Dei Gratia and stories and stuff enough, I could very well believe that that's kind of, you know, the what happened. Because everything seems to happen the way it does in the final route, if you take the circumstantial evidence as proof, other than them actually all making it out, it makes sense that he would maybe write that, and that's kind of what happened. And just the finale, or maybe the explosion didn't happen the way they wanted, maybe because the fans exploded or something. Like maybe that was the big filter. I don't know, but I don't know. I really liked the way the structure they went for there, or the twist, I guess. I think if you accept it and you just view the whole last route as like super cope from the beginning, I think it has impact. I think he was trying to write a line there. I think it hits a lot harder if you realize it at the end and then you start recontextualizing the whole thing. But I think he was trying to like write a line with it, not revealing it completely, but he wanted to end it without just saying it outright. You know what I mean? Like, because it does end a little stronger when they just survive, right? It's literally this fucking scene. Yeehaw, brother. We did it. Just kidding, everybody's fucking dead, right? The hopes, the dreams they went through finally in the true ending, or not the true ending, the final route where you find out, you know, they break down Ray Ray a lot more. You know, everybody is coming to grips with shit. Oh, this was all of our faults, and you know, you learn the most about everybody, and everything's all hunky-dory and shit. I think it hits a lot harder if you realize after that that's what's going on. And I think it's cool because there's a lot of bait, right? It's like, oh, you know, what is the truth of the universe and all that shit? You know, what was the host of Alice? Like, who cares? It's not the point of the story. But I feel like it's good bait to keep you thinking that's like not what's going on. Because that's what kept me thinking the White Room had more shit going on. And I don't know if that was the intent, but it sure works out well that way. But it almost parallels you with him almost, where you just keep thinking, oh, there's gotta be something else, right? You know, where's the true ending? I think they even mention like a true ending or some shit, right? So I don't know, I thought that was pretty cute, man. I like that. And I definitely got emotional from it. That was, it was cool imagining, once you got a bit more attached to all the characters and stuff, you know, just like kind of a raw dog ending for him. And I think a lot of the musical cues hit good there. Like, there's some clown shit, but it really doesn't. It sucks in the moment, but I think the overall impact it has is pretty low. Because that's not really what the whole thing is about. But those are definitely the weakest parts. There's some, and sorry, because I definitely want to read what you're saying. I just gotta get my thoughts out. What was I saying? A lot of people don't realize it's scoped. I mean, they don't spell it out, and I like that. I mean, they kind of spell it out, but it's also like very vague. I mean, even the very beginning, you're like, I don't even know exactly who. I mean, I thought it was somebody else, and then you realize more as you're piecing it out and going back and reading through shit. I mean, I don't like Yukari much either. Even in that finale, I mean, you get who she is and you feel some stuff for her for sure, but I mean, especially as Ralmus ends up being a little bit more shady, and she's still working with him at the end. It's whatever. But I don't know. I don't care that much about how shitty Yukari is. like yeah, she's complicated. Yeah, I feel like she was almost unlikable on purpose. But she didn't like kill it for me. And just the structure and the twist of what everything is, it's kind of like whatever. Generally, the song itself being the way it is adds a lot to that. It was a funny song, but not as extreme. It's still kind of... What song? Did one of your comments get eaten? Oh, the clown music. Yeah, I'm just talking about like the way the actual rest of the music hits. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the clown music is just, I mean, those suck in context when you don't know what's going on. I feel like it could be a lot smoother and get across the nuance of the characters a lot stronger. I think those are the moments they really needed to nail it too, because that's where the most emotional impact comes from. Are you connected to the characters? So I think the moments of happiness and shit, and like the worry and the stress of surviving and stuff, while they get very philosophical and platitude heavy, maybe to an extreme at times, those nuances with the characters, those moments of like levity and happiness where all the crew members connected, his desire to save everyone, not just out of guilt, but maybe out of a connection to them. I think those needed to be stronger a bit. I think it was still good enough to get me pretty emotionally involved in what happened and shit. But I think it was just could have just used a little bit more tweak. I would say the minute-to-minute writing, that's how I feel on most of it. It could all use a little bit more tightening, a little bit more tweaking. But a lot of that, I said that at the beginning and near the end. I would say a lot of that, while I still feel that way, because I still feel like you can make the thriller moments and all that a little stronger. Really though, it's more, I feel like, on the effectiveness of the human parts of it. I would like that be more tightened up. You couldn't really tell that to someone who's just playing it. It's more afterwards. You realize that the mystery stuff is just kind of bait. It doesn't really matter at all. It's just to keep you thinking there's like something else going on. And some of it does matter. You do learn stuff. You learn more about the situation, but the bigger and more interesting idea of it is the emotional side to it. And, him trying to cope with everyone being dead. So I think those moments, and that's where the clown stuff comes in. It's like it'd be a little tighter on those, be a little bit more human. I think that'd be good, but those really disappeared pretty quick. It's not enough to knock it a whole lot for me. I would say like an overall tightening of the human stuff, more CGs. The soundtrack was great. I think I could use a few more songs. Probably, yeah, the clown music. If those songs weren't there, I think even some of the clown sections would have been a bit better. Cooking tropes, I'm not too into that, but you know, I can get over it if they don't go overboard, right? Stuff like that, but I don't know. I mean, it hit me for sure. I liked it. I liked the impact of it, and that it was kind of doing something different. It played off the structure of VNs, kind of unique, the medium a bit. That if you're genre savvy with like sci-fi VNs, it kind of like almost has a little extra twist in it, and I feel like that's kind of part of the point. Is like it's super Ever 17 inspired, but it's kind of like subversion of it. So that's cool. But yeah, let me read. Clint's still here. I felt connected to characters and empathy with most of them. Like how they showed each of them trying to grapple with the survival loss and guilt and trauma it caused. Yeah, and I feel like even with your like Yukari, like while I didn't like her as a person too much, and I felt like she was like the closest thing to an antagonist you had in this at times. Even she, like everybody has like some kind of justification for what they're doing. Sometimes it's shoddy. I was like what Clint said. There's some shoddy writing. You said this earlier. I haven't gotten to read the whole set of paragraphs. But like some of it's shoddy. Some of it you're like with Hitose and stuff. You're like I don't buy this. I feel like Toki was I might have already forgotten her name. Green Girl. Her moral compass was very flawed and hypocritical and very like not right, and it was broken down multiple times by people and they just never really dealt with it. There was stuff like that just never really worked well, but they kept bringing it up. But even stuff like that, even the most extreme stuff like that with Yukari, there's like some justification for it, right? Like it could use some tightening. a little bit more empathy on, you know, that we can connect with, but like it at least made sense. Like she was stupid, inadequate, you know, incompetent, way too loyal to the company, but I was like, that was kind of the point. Like a lot of the time, like she was very unlikable, very dumb, but it's like they're simulations and like made up dreams and stuff, or writings, stories, and like she was consistently that way, and people like mentioned it. Was it too much? Like I said, was it too much sometimes? Could it have been of like tuned a little? Sure. But like well, I didn't like love her. She's not like a fun like evil, or like a fun like shitty, like they had reasons for her to be that way. So it's like I do feel like they dealt with everybody. Even the green girl, I didn't like her at first at all, but she ends up getting a lot of emotional payoff moments. On the one simulation where she's crying when, like, you know, she's flying away or whatever, which kind of is probably real. I mean, and then obviously in the final stuff and all that, where she's in the astronomy area and she's kind of talking about how she's just weird. And we also feel bad because, I mean, you see some of her history where her, you know, obviously her father's not the best, and that explains some of her stunted weirdness, and then that she has a mind of a fucking like 15-year-old because she's been asleep for 7 years and stuff. So it's like they justify it enough. Like, is it like bulletproof? Is it watertight? Like, not really, but like there's some effort to characterize them, and I feel like when the emotional impact of everything is kind of hinging on the character work, I think they do a good enough job there to kind of set up the VN twist, I feel like, effectively. Let me read the rest of what Kutsu said before I was going to move on to some of the more pacing thriller type of stuff. Yukari becoming obsessed with her work for Ramos, turns for others and trying to handle her contradicting duties. Or becoming overly bent on her sister, and raise obsession with knowledge in order to gain some value of living. Tokyo Ned's kind of part to Riri, and struggling with her on walls where what's around taking place, and kind of agrees on the... Yeah, I feel like, and they all have something to do with what's going on there, and they can all relate in specific ways. Like, do you feel them in the moment in like a super deep way? Am I like just, is my heart pouring out from every time? But not exactly, but like, but I understand where they're coming from. You know, you do feel a little something for them. You know, it's pretty raw. But, and I think it's enough to make it so that when you realize that what you did like of them or what human things of them are just kind of toast because they just are dead. I mean, how he feels about that. I think it's enough to make that really strong, which is what hit for me. Especially stuff like Riri, right? I think the effort she put in and her being dead is probably one of the heavier hitters for sure. But then also, I mean, the other sisters too. I mean, they pretty much just got fucked. I mean, that one just she barely was alive, man. She woke up, got to get on the fucking submarine, and then just fucking exploded pretty much. So, you know, it's just a pretty raw deal. So when they start spouting philosophy and stuff on stories and all that stuff, at the moment it seems kind of like platitude heavy, and it does get a little too much sometimes. Like I said, a bit of tightening. But when you recontextualize it, a lot of, especially if you imagine it, a lot of it's him like directing, especially that last bit for himself. It's like it kind of makes a bit more sense how some of that comes out of nowhere. The mystery was engaging in its own right. Man, I'm like, I don't know if it was sickness or what. I'm getting like a weird cold sweat. I definitely need to put some covers on and relax after this. I need some more food or something. I'm hitting the next stage of sickness or some shit. The mystery was engaged in its own right. It was meant to be great for me. I think I liked the mystery. I think it built up enough. I was like, oh, because at a mini moment I was expecting some dumb Uchikoshi twist, right? There was a lot of like setting up kernels of stuff here and there where it's like, oh, there could be this kind of mystery, or there could be some meta thing here. Like I was like, oh, there's gonna be like some Schrodinger shit. Like they set up enough where you could get imagining shit, genre savvy or not. I mean, sometimes maybe it was a bit too dry, right? Like there's not a whole lot of locations or thriller elements outside of just them kind of surviving. But it was still always engaging, right? Like, I mean, you know, they did have a few set pieces where he'd run out and he'd have to, like, you know, when he first unlatched the first floor from the outside and stuff like that, you know, any kind of thing where they're walking out in the sea floor and shit. You know, like, is it always, like, super tight pace, super, you know, non-stop? They're revealing all the right info at all the right times at the end of all these routes. You know, it's not really... like, it could be tightened on that front as well, but because a lot of the mystery ends up kind of being bait by the end, once again, it kind of, like, it's not as big a deal. And even then, it's like, I was never, like, bored with it. I was always compelled or interested in where it was going. You just weren't like, you know, I use Remember 11 as a good example. You were never like, oh, it's like Remember 11 or something, where it's like, it's just really fucking tight, and you're just like always like really like, oh shit, you know, what's up? But this is so much about like the end, recontextualizing more or less the end, right? It depends, I guess, on when you kind of fully buy it, but recontextualizing everything, then it's like, I don't, yeah, that part doesn't really matter as much. I think it matters, but it's like, it's not the most important part of it. Yeah. It's clumsy, but it was very sincere. And like I said, you can interpret it in a lot of ways to make it feel, you know, even more impactful, hit even harder. Like I said, especially if you buy into the last route, maybe kind of being him, kind of writing his little paper maybe. Let me read that last paragraph in a sec. Conclusions goes between Hedda's code and Uda 3. Hedda's code and Uda 3. Really, the hell even is that? Oh, it's probably the 1, right? Or is that the 2? Yeah, yeah, definitely, man. That's when I saw the names in the credits and confirmed them dead. I went, oh yes, very good. That's where I started sort of feeling like, what's the point? When are we gonna even... Those and Blast was strong enough in concept, it's fine. Yeah, I think it really depends on how much you buy the White Room routes. I think you could say that if the White Room routes, you're just all in from the beginning, you accept them, just boom. There's no like, you know, maybe something else is going on, right? Like if you're not really on his level at all, or he's just like imagining shit. No, I like the idea of there being 2 routes. I mean, could they do a 999 and have the routes end earlier? You have more choices, but they're shorter routes? I think that would be good. Because I think him going back and trying to realize, you know, run through a different combination and all that was good. I think the only problem is they can kind of maybe play their hand too early, especially if you're not always theorycraft and thinking there's going to be like another answer. Like if you do just buy exactly in what she says in the White Room, like no, there's no bullshit, right? All the extra hidden stuff, so you're like, oh well, guess that's it. It's like, then I guess you could tighten that bit. It's one of those things where, you know, maybe they could have made the White Rooms, especially that last one, a little bit more vague, and then maybe they could have added something at the end to kind of reveal what was going on. But I also feel like if they added too much to the very end, also it would kind of hurt the whole feel of it, where they just made it, right? I don't know. I mean, it might just be like, yeah, kind of like just the author wanted to write a story where they all made it. It was just kind of part of the message about stories and all that. There's a lot of ways you can take it. So I feel like if you over-explain it, some of the magic, if you will, is kind of gone. The soul of it. But I would imagine, because I didn't buy the exactly what was going on in the white room, so for me it worked really well, because only when there's nothing left was I was like, oh yeah, that's it, like it's cope mode, right? But if that last rat, I feel like still would hit pretty good, but I feel like reanalyzing it after, I think, is a bit stronger. I don't know. Like I said, I like the idea of. I would be fine more if they had like 3 routes that are slightly shorter, or more choices, and really played into it. But I don't know. I didn't have a problem with the 2 routes. Like, I was cool with it. It was interesting. I think you could add a little spice to them in the form of like CGs and more music and stuff, and maybe you could add some like different scenes, maybe from like, well, you don't want to add too many of the final route things, because that's where like they all are kind of like hunky-dory and where you learn all the little stuff. Yeah, I don't know. If anything, I would say add another route. I didn't have a problem with it. Well, yeah, there's some stupidity, and a lot of it's contrived. Like, there's definitely some, like, in the minute to minute, there's some situations where they're extremely stupid. I think there's a justification for some of the people, you know, the guilt, the stress, that it's a simulation is kind of a cop-out, but you could say some of that, right? Like, maybe it's just this version, right? You know, that they had, like, threats they had to deal with like, the gas guy, and some people didn't know if there was even, like, an extra murder and stuff. It's like, I get that they might not be on their toes, but yeah, some situations it was like, okay, you know, like the rescue ship, like really, like, even in some of the most stressful situations, that's probably the first thing you're going to think about, right? And they do eventually, but I think it's contrived in that the author wanted to get to that as like the finale. That's how they were going to get out. That was how this route was going to end, kind of thing. So they can't get to it right away, but I think they could have made it work, you know. So there's definitely some situations where you're like, wow, you know, everybody's really stupid. And I mean, in a real situation like this, most people are going to be very stupid and panicky and losing their fucking minds. So it's like, it's not like ridiculous, but you're not reading something for like this for realism. You want like some level of intelligence from some people and stuff. And the thing is, in the final route, he is more intelligent. He's more, you know, he's more on the gun. They're making plans and stuff, because they all are more hunky-dory and all that shit. Granted, if it's him just writing the story, right, it's gonna be a little different. So some of it feels purposeful. Like I said, there's some tightening in there. There's some pacing tightening. There's some stupidity I think they could get rid of a little bit. So maybe some emotional moments that could be mixed around. Definitely a bit more like CGs and stuff. But I don't think there was anything I was just like fundamentally like, oh, this was just fucked. I heard myself as the chat and used the moron. She is just kind of a moron always. Which, sad that she made it out for sure. But I mean, even she has some stuff going on, you know. And you can understand where she's coming from with this, her extra layer of survivor guilt and stuff. I'm surprised they even had her go down as the fucking, you think they wouldn't even allow her to go on another sub because of the fucking depression shit, but I guess it's 7 years later, so. But let me read the rest of the clips. Seems like a card confronting Katagiri in the theater about her dead colleagues. Yeah, like she's got a lot going on and she hides a lot of it. And I feel like her ineptitude and competence is very like real. Like it pisses you off because they are in such an extreme situation, but like, I mean, that's a pretty fucking real thing, man. There's a lot of like dogmatic or like super like, you know, loyal or like people who just think they know best, who like are in positions of like a power, or you know, maybe they're really stupid, but like because they think it's right, they just like do whatever, and it just kind of fucks it for everyone else. And it's like, the thing is like this VN ends in a pretty fucking like depressive way, so it's like they might have just wanted that with Yukari. Like she didn't feel like just like an antagonist, but like she definitely felt like she was kind of, you know, like I think the author was okay with some of them being like having faults. I think Yukari was the one that had the most actual faults that weren't just like kind of tragic, sad parts of her. Like she's like incompetence faults. Like even Riri had like her moments where she fucked up and shit, but like so maybe they didn't want Yukari to seem as incompetent, as annoying as she was. But I don't know. It's one of those like you could argue it enough or justify it enough, where it's like whatever. It's one of those like I don't like her, but do I think she's a bad character? It's like probably not. But like I said, could you tighten it up a little bit? Probably. Tokyo's breakdown the theater room. Yeah, that's what really sold her for me. I do think the end of the first route really got me on Tokyo. Her just being kind of odd, but you can see the sincerity in it after a while. Works. I think when her ethical stuff comes up too much and they give it too much time, I don't care as much. But I think that's one of those, like, they could just tighten. They could just get rid of one or two of those. But even then, you know, once you learn a bit more about her dad, you can see where some of that came from. I mean, she had a shitty dad, so it's kind of a misguided sense of ethic and weird growth and shit. So it's not, even that's not too bad in hindsight. A lot of this is a hindsight thing. I feel like these fans like recontextualize a lot by like knowing the whole thing. So a lot of scenes that were kind of more shitty were a bit more interesting. Makes some of the older scenes a little bit more interesting. Ray's mask come out from the crew room, yeah. Whole final white room scene with KDkill. So what happened are some of the best points of the game. Yeah, and rereading those afterwards I think is pretty impactful. Actually sort of some of the better written portions of the game. Yeah, I think the last one just kind of gives you a lot of information and makes Hitose seem like a fucking sociopath. But everything before those extras, yeah, was really strong on making you care more. And I definitely think you should read all the extras before doing the final route. For sure, 100%. You wanna. Well, I mean, I could see the argument for not, because thinking about how much they kind of like tragedy they went through and how much they kind of like fought, and then that it was kind of just for nothing. But they kind of want to give you like a sincere message anyways. But at the end of the day, it's like they're just dead. No matter how hard they fought, right? Like, oh yeah, you know, her mother swapped the tags, but she's dead anyways. Like, whatever. Like, I guess it would hit pretty hard if you saw those after, but I think it hits harder if you probably read them before and you're going into some of these final, the final story where, kind of knowing those character bits, and then you get that little bit extra, kind of like you would if you read them all at the end if you just do the last two, right? Or the last one, really. It's more for Rimu and Tahika or whatever, or Tokiwa. Sorry. There's a lot of B-Boy, dude, for sure. Yeah. Well, where are we at, man? But yeah, there's other stuff. I think there's a lot to discuss. I could see where some people are coming from with like, you know, maybe you didn't get into the thriller mystery as much, or maybe, you know, that stuff was more interesting to you, so it not really kind of being about that doesn't hit as much. Maybe you didn't get into the character stuff as much. There's like a couple 10 things that just disconnected. For me, though, I feel like the idea of the whole thing, having enough of a connection with the characters, and how they really, really utilize that super well for like the overall idea of the VN. I think what they're trying to do hits hard enough, and they're graceful enough with it, where they don't over explain it, and they drop stuff throughout it for you to look back on and kind of understand, and there's enough little like to analyze here and there that adds a little bit more hit to the emotional part upon like reanalyzing the whole thing. I think all that's done so well. At least like, you know, like yeah, there's some tightening for sure, but I feel like that concept is executed on well enough that I would say I liked it quite a bit. But I would say if it didn't go that way and it was just gonna be an Uchikoshi twist, I'd be like, oh yeah, that was pretty chill. That was pretty interesting. You know, it's just like a comfy like sci-fi mystery VM. For me, it really was about finding out after the whole story's over that, oh yeah, it is like 100% code. So. And what that could mean, right? Like if you've got no fucking imagination, you don't want to imagine any possibilities of what all that means, or just, you know, hey, maybe you just saw like a happy version of it and it contrasts with like a sad thing, right? But I think when you put a little thought into it, that'd be good there. So, anyways, I thought that stuff was good enough that the other parts that I had problems with, which weren't really super strong problems, they were just kind of like, I was just kind of mild about it. Like it's just like, oh yeah, you know, this is cool. Like I said, it's not like Remember 11 paced or like super duper crazy mystery high concept, or you know, super crazy. You know, there's puzzles and gore and CGs everywhere, video game sections. You know, there's no like a crazy excitement on that front. But like, if you're not super having a problem with that, you know, you enjoy kind of the tunes, the cool setting, enough of what the mystery is going on, and then of course by the end, how it plays off of VN and almost I mean, at that point, I don't even know how much you'd be playing off genre subversions and shit, because it was like, what, 2014 when this came out or whatever. I mean, there was enough because Ever 17 and shit, but it's not like there's not been stuff since then that goes for it too. So, but yeah, that's stuff for it for me. So, I think I have the picture right. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna be a 4. I'm just making sure the pictures there. It's tough. It's tough because there's some stuff that does get just really exciting and is really interesting and tight. But like, that I didn't get an emotional reaction from. In a way. It's a weird one. Like some of the locations I'm thinking about putting this, it's like you look at it and you're like, oh, no, there's no way, right? Because this is just so much more like exciting. But I'm like, but I didn't like, wasn't like impressed with like, you know, like some kind of like a novelty or like just like an emotional moment. It was just like really clean the whole way. It's one of those weird ones where it's like, it's not really about the step by step. Cursor on 4. No, it's just I just clicked the place. I was making sure I had the picture. The whole idea was to make sure I wasn't putting it in a place yet. I wanted to think about it. I don't know. It's tough. Because it's one of those, like, I could see myself liking it over some stuff in some of these categories. But then I think about it in another way and I'm like, oh, is it as good as those? What it does, it just does it a little bit different. And hits in a way that a lot of, like, some VNs aren't trying to go for. So it's kind of hard to rate it right next to some of these. Like, you compare it to Remember 11. Like, it's going for a totally different kind of feel at the end of the day. So it's like, you know, it's hard to compare on that front. I'm not comparing it to Remember 11 directly or anything. It's just, that's a good example. It's like, or like a 999. Like, there's emotional stuff in 999 for sure, but it's like, that's a lot more about thriller and like actual mystery and Uchikushi bullshit. So, like I said, you could definitely tighten up those elements in this, though. Tough to say. Tough to say. I'm for FY, I'm in the 9 range right now. This is what I'm looking at. I'm kind of in this zone right now myself. I'm sure most people here are like 7 or something, and I'm in the 9 zone right now. That's where I'm looking. I liked it. The mid 6. I'm like 9. I could see 8. I'm looking at VLR. That VLR is what I was thinking earlier. I was like, VLR is more exciting, probably more interesting, like minute to minute. But did I ever get like any like, you know, like, ooh, that was really fucking special and like emotional? It's like not quite, but I mean VLR is really clean too, so I don't know. It's tough. I mean Chaos Head's there though too. I'm kind of in the 8 to 9 zone. Like I said, this could be tightened up a lot, but it has like a really ballsy idea. And while there's plenty of stories that go for like a kind of sad, ballsy idea like this, it's pretty unconventional, and that kind of makes it stronger. But that it still has some cool messaging to go with it. I have it on 10 bet on my base. Do I have a based cat? Yeah, this is. Here you go. I'll get you sorted. You got a based cat. Yeah, I'm in the 9 range, I think. I think this one's very. I think people feel like very different about it. This is the kind of story for me where the emotional parts hit really good and it ends very strong. Holy. That's really good. The suited cat. Not a base cat, but it's base. Snake drinking Sprite, dude. Give him the Sprite, baby. Yeah, I'm in the 9 range, I'd say. It's hard because I would say, like, do I like this more than like Kimmy? It's like probably Kimmy has a bit more nuance when it's talking about like a more human story about hey man, that's one of the Higarashis. Where was the other one? I don't know where the other one was. 6. Was this answers? Higurashi questions was 8. I don't dislike Higurashi as much as you do. I think you hate it too much, honestly, but I get it. I understand the hate, but I enjoy parts of it. I don't hate the slice of life as much. I think he tells a pretty good like horror thriller thing. His writing style is kind of unique and shit. Like, I mean, I respect it being lower, for sure. But yeah, I don't feel as strong about Higurashi's quality, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Answers is definitely. Well, it has the better soundtrack. When you get like 7 and stuff in there, it's like shit, dude. a lot of the anticipation and mystery is kind of what works. I mean, like episode 5 and stuff's not too bad, right? But it's like, I don't know. It's been a while too, but yeah. But yeah, with like Kimmy, it's like it's more of a nuanced, like realistic kind of story about like humans. So it's really hard to compare it against something a bit more grand. You know, IO's obviously like giga high concept and shit. Like MiHoYo's like full of nuance and extreme amounts of like art that add just awesome atmosphere. Just very minor touches of art that just like just hit atmosphere just enough. Makes you wonder what the hell happened in the last season. It's such a strong. But the problem with MiHoYo is like it's part 1 of like 3. Like there's each of these that are like there's just an odd offness to some of them. It's hard to compare them. I just think this one does some really neat stuff. Like it's one of those where it's like partially it's because I've read enough VNs where this kind of playing with the format to do something a little different kind of knocks it up a bit. It makes me feel like it needs to be recognized a little bit more. Well, I mean, it's like definitely better than Code Realize, I would say. Let me just like get the thing sitting there just for shit. We could start moving shit around. I'm probably in the 9. Maybe I put in the 8. Like VLR. I mean, Noah's good. I really like the first like 2/3 of Noah. Chaos Child has like a godly combo arc. Thing is like the very end of Noah is kind of just like okay. Chaos Child doesn't have the best ending. This is one of those where I was like, oh yeah, I had fun with it. It was interesting. It was, you know, not crazy, but it was interesting. And then it like ended really strong. Some of these are like pretty strong or very strong, and then kind of just peter out. And usually with mysteries, it's like it's like good and then it's shit. So it's kind of nice to not have it that way. Like both scale things more than anything I have an 8, I think. That's fair, yeah. I think they're good. I do think maybe they could be a bit higher. I think my Chaos Head Noah is generally rated against my Chaos Child. I mean, I liked it a lot. It's really kind of just depends on how the idea hits you. Yeah, it's really a concept thing. And I feel like the execution of the concept is like more than fine enough. It could use a little tightening, but I don't know, I didn't find it as consistently questionable. I think in the first third with some of the tonal stuff, sure. But usually when they can kind of handle those tones a bit better, or at least don't have anything super like ass ripping, tonally inconsistent, it's fine. Overall character interactions and plot development. Yeah, I think it just depends. I didn't find those moments too fucked. Like I said, it's not like a super tight, like giga interesting thriller. I'm not like empathizing with each of them like in a super crazy way all the way through. There's definitely moments where they feel like too stupid to a level of contrived. But also it's like, I did find there to be a compelling enough mystery, enough kernels of mystery thrown around to keep me interested in what was going to happen. Enough possibility of an interesting, like, big twist to wonder where it was all going to go. Enough little set pieces with them kind of going outside the sub and trying to survive that. While it wasn't like a non-stop thriller mystery or anything or something crazy high concept outside of just like the submarine survival part, that I was still into it. Now, the whole if the whole concept of it thing didn't happen, it would probably be like a 7 or something for me. Maybe like a low 8. Like, where's ever 17 these days for me? Where do I have that fucker sitting at? I don't even see it. Am I blind? It's like a 7. I would put this like if it just did the ever 17, I'd probably put it like below it, maybe a little above it, somewhere around there. But for me, I think the concept hits enough and the characters I connected with enough, which is what the concept relies on. And I think it plays with something novel enough for the amount of these VNs I've read and executes on that well enough. Like, I'm cool with like a slightly less tight route and a couple tonal inconsistencies. I think they've got a read on their themes, enough kernels for you to recontextualize what's going on because of the concept throughout the whole thing, and enough interpretation and ambiguity that it feels smarter than it seems once you're done with it. I think that was enough for me to be okay with it. When it came to those moments that people I think here don't like as much. Otherwise, I just kind of found it like comfy. Like I said, it was kind of just like, oh yeah, we're coming back to infinity, kind of comfy. The stakes are there, but it's nothing super crazy, you know. It's not like gore, crazy shit going on. We're just kind of chilling. But yeah, there's definitely some contrivances, I think, for the sake of drama, and not just because of the concept of the story. You could write them off that way, but I think that's back writing, so I think it's more just kind of fun. Yeah, I think the music and aesthetics, you know, great. There could be more CGs. I think there's some strong moments, like, you know, Kraken and all that I'd like to see with the CG, but for the most part, it was cool. And I think the music hits right when it needs to. It just has those couple moments that are a little too much with the clown shit. I think it's one of those things, if you get off the rails in the first route, I could see where some people don't get back on the rails. If you can get, because it doesn't have like the most compelling, strong, like tightly woven, like thriller mystery with like just godly characters. But like, if you're not like totally off the rails by like some of the clown shit and stuff, like, and you're not looking for like complete ass blowing, like crazy tight nuts thriller stuff, like if you can, you know, that, I think it's fine. I think as long as you're not completely so far off the rails you can't get back on, it's a cool ride. I found it kind of chill, interesting. Like, it was still compelling. Like, you know, I wasn't on the edge of my seat, but I was always interested. I was curious what was going on. Like, it would have been like a 7 or something. But for me, I'm like, that 8 to 9 range is kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm thinking like under IO right now for me. Like I said, I think Kimmy's got more of like a nuanced, like realistic take on like families and like friendship relationships and like the hopelessness of like the powerlessness of like a kid and shit. But I'm thinking kind of like under IO range. Oh, sorry, let's He's still chilling, dude. Above Hotel Dusk and Mihoyo. Mihoyo I can justify despite I feel like probably being a tighter read. Because it's a part 1 of 3 and it is hurt by it. Hotel Dusk is really clean. But like, I'm never like emotionally into Hotel Dusk. It's just like really fun and kind of like really stylish. It never like hits. It's just like really solid. Like a 9 on like just interesting. Like it doesn't do like other than it's like gaminess and like style, and then it's kind of got like more like human writing. Like I don't think Hotel Dusk ever like it's kind of like I feel like deified as like a VN. I mean, I think obviously think it's good, but I mean, I don't. It doesn't hit super fucking hard. I don't know. I was pretty into how this one ended. And like I said, 8 to 9 range is kind of where I'm at. I could put it above VLR, but I don't think Code Realize is better. I'd have to lower Code Realize. That's a KDkill 10. Might be. I don't know. I think this one was very... People be very... this feels like one of those videos that everybody's probably really gets their own thing out of, right? It's kind of like IO, where it's like there's some clear places where certain tastes are going to divert, or where certain problems are, and I think that those problems, well, not like fundamental, can seem more or less tight to others. Like for me, I was like just a little tightening. For some people, it's like the screws are almost falling out. Like for me, I was like I could just use a little bit of tightening on some of it. Like I was cool with it otherwise, though. No one has a lower than 6 on VNDB. That is rare. That's what I mean. Is like I don't think this one's like fundamentally fucked. Like I think it's very clean. I tell you that today I didn't expect to put this as a 9. I was like, oh yeah, 7s or something probably. I wasn't really thinking about it much, but I really think for me, especially the order that I uncovered what was kind of going on, which was at the very end, properly understood it, right? I think that hit the best for me. If I got emotional. And I wouldn't say I was like super duper into the characters. Like they all were characterized well enough. Like I understood exactly what made each of them tick and their history and stuff. So like they weren't like poorly characterized. It's just like if they were even tighter, even stronger characters I felt even better about, like it could be like a 10, right? With this concept. I think that's really all that holds it back, is like those characters could be even better. And they could have a little bit more excitement and like clean up a little bit of the tone and add a little bit of that humanity to it. But for me, like the concept alone is enough to put it pretty high. It's kind of like IO, where like it gets by despite probably a fair few problems. Just on almost raw like solid execution of like a novelty thing. It's kind of like in a Drakengard area. Not novelty, I should say, because I emotionally got into it, but of a cool concept. Novelty makes it seem like it's just for a gag. I mean, there's like gag fucking shit in here. Like Gnosia is a novelty, right? But it's like a 3, right? So, I don't know. I'm in the 9s in. I respect putting in like the 8. Like I could see myself throwing it above like VLR or something. Maybe like Readjust, Chaos at some point. But I haven't played some of these in a long time, so I feel like when I put these in here, I usually feel pretty good. So some of these I'm like, I don't want to be like influenced too much without rereading some of them. But yeah, vibes based. Yeah, I would say so. I could definitely see myself putting in like 8, but I don't think I'd put it as low as 7. And I think if it went for an Uchikoshi twist, I would be probably putting it in like a 7. But I was thinking like, is this better or worse than Root Double earlier today? I was like, oh, like Crew Double's like over-explained shit. But like it's got tighter thriller parts, but then it's also got some slow expository bullshit. I was like, oh, this is probably a cleaner mystery than that, because at least it's not like that dull at times, despite being more exciting. Like it was like comfy enough, but I like I said, I think after that last route for me, quite literally like after the last route, unless you get what's going on before that, like after the last route. So for me it was I like Adri's played Seabed. I think Adri was the first person to recommend us all Seabed. Maybe? I could have swore. Yeah, I was gonna say I could have swore Adri was the Seabed, like, yeah, captain. And I'll be the last person for being one of the first to find out about it. Yeah, I totally get where Dei Gratia doesn't work for some people. I think its concept and how that hits with you emotionally. For me, it hits pretty well. Like that idea is strong, and I like seeing something going for something that's a bit more, you know, kind of a downer. It's not just like purposely depressing, but like it's not really like a happy thing, right? But all the time put into that stuff, so already locked in. Is he playing it right now? I thought Mootown's played like 1 Beyond. You got him on Seabed though? Is he playing it right now and I didn't know? I don't know if he was still on East 8. Yeah. Hey, thank you again, Klitzu, if you're still here, buddy. I thought the translation was solid too. Yeah, there was a few typos, we had a few glitches, but it read fine. I mean, I don't know what the original text is like, but there was no like red flags. Like I didn't feel stiff. You know, I've read some stuff that was like Italian to like English and shit. It was like very stiff, or you know, a lot of Japanese, the English stuff that just felt odd, or some stuff that clearly threw in more, like memes and goofy shit. Yeah, it reads a lot better than stuff. I was joking around about the Uden Chronicles thing. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't have like the word chud in it or something. I was like, somebody got paid for that shit, dude. So I know it was good. I mean, I got the full hit of what was going on. So I mean, I can't speak for the nuances of the script or anything, but it was good. I appreciate it, man. And yeah. Cool that this author's shit gets out there, and then I guess it's also getting the Switch version touched up on too. So yeah, I think I'm cool with it. I think maybe if I relaxed a bit, maybe it'd end up maybe in the 8th or something. But for me, like I said, it was like solid. I was like, oh yeah, it's like 7 zone. I wasn't like thinking about it that hard, but you know, that's probably where I was for most of it, and then it kind of went above that and recontextualized like the last 10 hours of it. I liked that. So where, like I said, stuff like Noah's like really solid, really interesting, really cool characters, not doing anything really like new with like the format or anything, which is fine, but it kind of ends a little weaker like Chaos Child does too. Like maybe those highs in the common routes are way higher than anything Dei Gratia has minute to minute, but that's all they go. So I feel like for Dei Gratia to me to be like clean and then better is kind of like justification for why I'm more up here with it. I think I could probably flip that justification sometimes and put it like underneath Noah or some shit, but I think I'm cool with it. You're currently shitting yourself. Having something good is more impactful. Yeah, maybe it's the sickness, man. Yeah. Well, anyways, folks, yeah, that's kind of where it's at in the old VN list. So thank you guys for listening to me blabber on. immune to the clown. I mean, I was bitching up there with everybody else probably. I mean, I was bitching a lot. I was always complaining about how dumb everybody was, but a lot of it wasn't like because I thought the VM was like bad. I was usually just like they're just stupid because they're just stupid, right? Only sometimes was I really talking about how contrived it felt, like the ship, so the rescue pod, or how some people would like hold information back when they really didn't need to, or they would say, actually, oh, never mind. It's nothing, you know, that's like such a cop-out to make you think there's a little mystery, but, you know, they're waiting for later. It's a classic, but it's also, I feel like, hack writing, so there's a few moments of that, but, I mean, it wasn't anything, I feel like, egregious. And like I said, a lot of it gets washed away for me with the concept, which, I don't know, some people aren't going to care about, I guess. But I thought it was neat. Yeah, thank you, Tracker. I'm gonna probably rest here. I'm watching Amnesia in the Bunker playthrough while I'm sleeping. That's also a good game. I recommend it. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that I put it in the 9. Like no, I stand with it. I'm fine with it. But I'm like I said today, I wouldn't have thought it today, or you know, for the most part. But I feel pretty good about it. Like I said, I could see like an 8 or something. And if you really just don't, it just doesn't hit, and you're just kind of thinking minute to minute, I get maybe like 7s too, but I had fun with it. You're shocked. I mean, I got emotional, man. I think it's because it hit me at the very end. Like I said, I think if you go into the last route with what's going on, it's got a bit less meaning. But it depends on how much you're like coping like our dude is, I think. Like if you take what's going on at face value and just kind of roll through that route, which I feel like that's not the idea of it. It's hard to say because I feel like the impact of like the realization at the end is much stronger. And he reveals so much and the route's so long, the last route is, that like you'd imagine the payoff is more the point of it. But it's a tough line to follow because I mean, he doesn't put anything at the end to like make sure you get it, so it all has to be there beforehand, kind of. And like they spell it out, sorta, but it depends on how much doubt you have. For me, it's like I had a lot of doubt, so I was like still in cope mode. So that's where it was kind of interesting for me. Like I said, imagining like what the last route really means, like because it isn't probably simulation. So, any hooser. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those tough ones like IO is for people, where I could see people being all over the place with it. Right? I totally get that. But I don't know. Like a semi-objective, but mostly kind of just like feel there. Yeah, I'm just like that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, I don't think it's clean enough to crack. Click the music button, time to crash. I don't think it's cracking the top one because those tend to have like execution, maybe concept, and emotion, and you know, just all that kind of hitting it. I think this is like a few too many screws loose, but yeah, it's for this part. All right, guys. Boink. Oh, just open up like a blue screen. There are like 3 windows that blew up. What the fuck? Oh my god, there's like 1,000 things. Okay, now it's crashed. It opened like 5 windows and lagged my PC. Well, time to take it off the taskbar too. Well, cool. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging on this one. I don't know. Maybe I've just playing a lot of emotional games lately, so I was just kind of in the zone. Windows Defender doing work. Yeah, it kind of reminded me, like I said, of To the Moon a little bit. One of those that gets a little bit more sad the more you're thinking about it, kind of deal. Good 1VN of the year. Or not another one we read this year? Well, now we can play whatever VN. I said that the next VN that we played that wasn't a Gamefly one was going to be this. So. Have you played the Great Ace Attorney? I have. You want me to say something on it, or did you have something you wanted to say about it? Or were we memeing? They are on the shoot. Let me pull it back up. I was in the middle of doing it. I split them. Great Ace Attorney 2 and 1. Great Ace Attorney 1. Where did I put that? I put it as a low 8. And then Great Ace Attorney 2 is a mid 8. They're good. They're clean. If you've played all the Ace Attorneys at this point, it's got a lot of craft, I think is the most important thing. Clean music, really good art, a cool prosecutor and stuff like that. My problems with it, some of it's familiarity, but my biggest problem is structure, some of the how interesting some of the cases are, and overall focus on an overarching story. I can't really get into too much of it without spoilers. I think it's clean. I put it underneath Ace Attorney Investigations and the originals and stuff. I have it above AA4, which I generally stand with. I think AA4's got better music, but I do think Great Ace Attorney, is better than like 5 and 6, right? Where's 5 and 6? It's definitely better than, it's better than 6. It's better than Professor Layton, and better than 5, yeah. So, pretty easily. I2's my favorite Ace Attorney, and then 3. But yeah, I think you'll be cool with it. It depends on how certain things hit you. Some of that's more on me. I like some of the feel of the music of the old ones and the style, that they aren't as focused on big stories. I think the gimmicks in the new one don't work quite as well. I don't like the adventure as much. Way too easy. Some of the character moments and finale stuff doesn't quite work for me, but some people don't feel that way about it. So that's kind of why I'm a little lower with them. But I think they've got great craft. It's the same. It's Yuji Naka. You can tell it's more back to his stuff. That's where the best art was always, and style. So I just got here. Well, I've been on for 12 hours and I need some rest. We just finished talking about everything. So I'm gonna dip. So I appreciate you guys watching. I actually need to test and see if one of my VODs didn't make it yesterday. Put out like a really large VOD. Oh yeah, processing abandoned video too long. Great. I have to cut this into 2 pieces. Great. 1 sec. Anyways, guys, I will catch you later. I'm gonna have to cut this VOD into 2 pieces too. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you very much for watching. Tomorrow will probably just be some random stuff if I'm feeling okay. Thank you guys for watching and talking about everything. Enjoy your pita bread.